Auschwitz-Birkenau, former German Nazi concentration and extermination camp. The largest cemetery final resting place in the world. Over 1 million Jews, over 100,000 of Poles, Sinti, and Roma, and Soviet prisoners of war. This is not an ordinary museum. Also because no other place saves items such as a broken-off toothbrush or an old suitcase. One of the most modern conservation workshops in the world operates in the former outbuildings of the camp. The remains of the death factory. Priceless and cherished evidence of the crime. Often the last sole remain traces of their owners' lives. Jews were brought to Auschwitz in cattle cars. This is how a few survivors remember this trip.
The train stopped. A rail car door opened with a bang. And then, wild cries and screams in German.
Many mothers are hugging their children already dead. People are falling out of rail cars on the rail ramp. Children are falling from hands onto sharp stones, which stab at their heads and faces.
A kid died in the transport, and when the mother got out hugging her dead child and showed the child to assessment, they were laughing. They snatched the child out and played soccer with it as with a ball.
This doll was found on the campgrounds. It must have been brought here by a child. We don't know who that child was, how old it was, what its name was. Maybe it was a little girl. And given the statistics, it is very unlikely that she survived. It is impossible to think or to talk about this without emotion, to feel calm. Straight away, you start to think about your own children. What toy would your child be hugging, terrified and naked, on their way to the certain death in the gas chamber?
More than 200,000 Jewish and 11,000 Roma children were murdered in the gas chambers of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Several thousand Polish, Belarusian, and Ukrainian children were also sent to the camp. Only a few survived. Right in the middle of this realm of violence and death, among the brick barracks of Birkenau, there is a place like no other. Block 16A. Polish, Ukrainian, and Belarusian children, along with pregnant women and mothers with babies, were held there. The children were starved and beaten in the same way the adult prisoners were. This is how they remember this place.
Nights were the worst. The kids were crying, calling their moms in their sleep. They were yelping, groaning. But as time went by, they became silent, since they knew that nobody would come. Nobody would lay his or her hand on their heads, stroke or hug them.
Children had to get up very early for the morning roll calls. They were ordered to recite in German their camp numbers. Also, when their number was called out, they needed to react without any hesitation. Children slept on such bunks, hard, made of planks, without mattresses, without pillows, without their favorite quilts, and alone.
I remember how much I was afraid of a big black dog. jumping and barking while on a leash. I was afraid of large floaty cloak and screams of that SS woman. The kids were frightened and were pushing their way to the roll call.
Pytanie o to, jak można było przeżyć tutaj w Auschwitz.
The question of how it was possible to survive here in Auschwitz in such conditions in this barrack is difficult. And really, even the survivors themselves don't really have the answer. When I talk to former prisoners, they quite often told me that when today they reflect on what they had experienced here, how much hungry and sick they were, how much they missed their parents, they are not able to comprehend how they were able to survive. How these little children, so fragile, so delicate, could survive under such conditions.
Mogły przeżyć.
They were completely unwanted. They waited to die and died alone, without parents and any tenderness. But one day, as in a fairy tale, an extraordinary thing happened. A stranger with different paints came to Block 16A. This is how a girl who lived in this barrack described the situation after the war.
One day I saw a man who had come and started painting something. Looking at the movements of his hands, we tried to guess what picture would be produced. He drew a house. It was to be a school building. There was a tree nearby the building. There was also a drawing of a boy with a satchel.
Te malowidła, właściwie nie wiemy, dlaczego one powstały.
We don't really know why they were created and who ultimately led to it. The prisoners, on the other hand, recall that it was kind of fun to watch the lines being made.
Zastanawiały się, co też takiego
They
powstało.
wondered what was going to arise and turned it into this kind of a guessing game, which for them was undoubtedly a kind of an escape, helping their thoughts run away from the place. A little bit more than 500 children under the age of 15 lived to see the liberation of the camp by the Red Army in January 1945. They left Auschwitz, but Auschwitz never left them.
The horror of camp experiences has remained in my 5-year psyche. Initially, I was unable to behave and to play like other kids who had avoided the camp. I remember having kids kneel with their arms up. Be quiet, because you'll go to the furnace when Mengele comes. Kids were prohibited from crying in a barrack. Those and other mental feelings were suppressed in us by sheer force. And that is why we became mental cripples.
The last traces of the murdered Jewish children are their suitcases, with the names, surnames, and dates of birth written down by their parents.
The Jews were being lied to. They thought they were simply being moved to the east. They packed the things they needed for their new life, clothes and food. They took their most valuable belongings. They knew their belongings would be checked, so they tried to hide them in their clothes and suitcases.
So let us go back to the memories of the survivors.
Alle raus! Alles stehen lassen!
We left our belongings.
I thought that things would go wrong for me because I had forgotten to mark my suitcase, so I might then be given the wrong one.
How will we recognize our belongings? Where will they be stored?
The people are all gone. Only their belongings remained on the ramp. Now, transported on trucks, they will get to Canada. This was what the prisoners called the large camp warehouses, because before the war, Canada was synonymous with prosperity and abundance. Once there, the things were selected. Suitcases were ripped open in search of money and valuables.
After the suitcases were taken from their owners on the railway ramp, they were taken to the camp warehouses. They were stacked in huge piles and carefully inspected for valuable items and money.
We approach conservation here in a special way. Unlike a restorer to the conservation of works of art, we do not repair objects to their original state. We do not repair them, we do not renew them, we preserve their conditions in which they were found. We take care of all traces of deformations, traces of use that tell the story of a given person or object. Our conservators preserve even dried up mud and lichens, which testify to the circumstances in which the objects were left.
It was to be a total annihilation. Not only did the Germans want to murder all European Jews, they also wanted to erase all the traces of their crimes. That is why today restorers and museum experts work as if they were true detectives. With the help of the latest technologies, they analyze even the smallest traces of someone's life. When they are not able to discover the identity of the suitcase owner, they analyze the hotel stickers on the luggage to reconstruct where the person traveled. So who were they? Let's take a look at one of the 3,800 suitcases that have survived to this day.
This is another example of a suitcase that we have in our collection department. And this is an example of a suitcase which one would consider as a middle class. In the inside, we have textile lining and a pocket and a clasp, which is leather. Also, the name of the company that made it. On the surface, we have a name and a surname, so Wilma Bass, and the number of the transport, X396.
The suitcases are not silent. They still tell us about their owners. Surprising discoveries continue to occur. Such was the case of an anonymous suitcase, which was on display stacked at the top of other suitcases until a student from Berlin noticed it. As it turned out, the owner was a very famous person.
Else Ure was a recognized writer of books for children and teenagers. Her most famous series of books about the adventures of adolescent girl was extremely popular in Germany among young ladies in 1920s and 30s. Else didn't believe that something bad would threaten her, and even she had a chance to leave from Berlin, she didn't do it. She said, "Nothing could happen to me." On January 6, 1943, she was arrested and a week later she was taken to Auschwitz, where she was murdered in the gas chamber.
Elsa Ure left behind a suitcase with a number of books for children that ended up in Canada's warehouses. There, however, another fairy tale story begins.
A long time ago, as the rumor spreads in a clearing next to the forest, there lived a lop-eared bunny. His cabin was comfortable and dry. The one that he built himself out of bark.
We are not sure when exactly the book brought here by the Jewish deportees was found in one of the camp warehouses, so-called Canada. The book belonged to the child, the Jewish child who was killed in gas chamber. That was the big impact for the prisoners from Bauleitung, to imagine that this book belonged to the baby who was murdered. They started to think about their own children who are so far away in their houses with their families, with their mothers. They wanted to send a sign of their love.
Stanislav Bench missed his son Andrzej. Henryk Czulda had to leave his little 2-year-old Zbyszek behind the barbed wires. Bernard Świerczyna's son, Felician, was born 2 months after his arrest and deportation to Auschwitz.
One of the examples how longing for the family was important is an example of fairy tales for children from Auschwitz, produced here illegally by prisoners themselves. So that was kind of the fight for themselves, that they wanted to publish these illegal fairy tales for their children.
If the Germans discover their intentions, the prisoners will die. But they go to work anyway. They either translate or write fairy tales themselves. Secretly, they make beautiful illustrations. Some work in the Bauleitung, an institution that prepares architectural plans for the camp. Thanks to this, they have access to the materials. The first copy, a so-called matrix, was made on a tracing paper. And because in Bauleitung there was a modern copier named Ozalid, they were able to copy using photosensitive or photographic paper.
Możliwość kopiowania na papierze światłoczułym bądź na papierze fotograficznym.
At least 27 prisoners were involved in the work on the fairy tales. They managed to publish 6 titles. Almost all the copies went either to their children or to children from families living around the camp, who, risking their lives, helped the prisoners. However, the most touching story is the story of a fairy tale for Bernard Świerczyna's son, who was born when Bernard was already in the camp. In unexplained circumstances, he managed to pass the fairy tale to his son outside the camp with the help of a mysterious SS man. We don't know why the German did it. Maybe he was a father himself.
However, Bernard Świerczyna still dreamed of finally seeing Felek up close. There was only one chance, but it was one chance in a million. Świerczyna was responsible for transporting dirty camp cloth to a laundry in Bielsko. By slightly changing the route, the truck could pass the house where his family lived.
And finally, one day a miracle happened. Bernard sees his son Felix walking down the street with his aunt and neighbor. He jumps out of the truck, and for the first time in his life, he hugs a dazed and oblivious to it all child. The SS man had to turn a blind eye to these few seconds of indescribable happiness. Was it the same German who previously brought a dedicated fairy tale to Felix?
Soon Bernard Ćwierćina decided to do an even bolder act. And once again, he needed the laundry track and the help of the SS men.
The last execution in the history of the camp, of the prisoners sentenced for their attempted unsuccessful escape, is about to happen. Among them is Bernard Ćwierćina.
Planned day of the escape, 5 prisoners hid in the truck shortly before leaving the camp. But the truck was stopped and turned back at the checkpoint, and it was sent back under the escort of assessment to Block 11, which was a camp rest.
Let us listen to the memories of an eyewitness to the execution.
The SS man jumped up, pressing upon the drop lever. There was silence. The sentence was carried out.
One can learn from this fairy tale that one whose garment is lined with cowardliness, he will always be wretched and shall live without a name or with a name of oblivion.
Here is to you, Felician, on your mother's birthday, blessed by your father. This is written by my dad, most likely primarily to me. Felician Ćwierćina, son of Bernard Ćwierćina. Thank you very much. Stone, wood, metal, everything material gets destroyed through natural processes. These processes can only be slowed down by years, decades, centuries. There is one item in the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial of such importance that it was placed in a sealed case, filled not with oxygen, but with nitrogen. The object that was the last witness to the death of hundreds of thousands of children, women, and men.
I remember when the door was placed into the display case. It was during the middle of the night. Everyone worked in complete silence. One of the conservators approached me and handed me gloves. He said, "We are about to close. This is the last chance you can touch the door." In my head, there were dozens of images. I saw people being murdered with gas, women, little children, and I took back my hand. I just wasn't able to do it. I will never touch this door again, and I think This is how it should be.
Let us listen to the memories of some miraculously survived prisoners who were forced by the Germans to work in the gas chambers.
When they were extremely jammed into the gas chamber, they became suspicious of something. It was too late for self-defense or fighting.
When the chamber was full, the assessment shut the door.
The German supervisor often tormented the victims. While waiting for the SS man who let the gas in, he switched the light on and off to terrify the victims. When the light went out, there was a peculiar sound in the chamber, as if people were choking with fear, realizing they were going to die. When it went on, they seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, perhaps believing that the action had been called off.
Drzwi drewniane, specjalnie wzmocnione,
Wooden door with specially reinforced metal fittings, on which the metal clamps visible here were mounted. Then the door was screwed down in order to make it airtight, so that the gas wouldn't leak outside, and in order to make it impossible for the victims to force the door open.
They were screaming, but who was supposed to listen to them? The gas had already been thrown in.
People were scratching the walls with their nails. There were nail marks all over the walls.
Instinctively, they ran up to the door. Initially, a knocking could be heard.
It might have lasted for 10, perhaps 12 minutes. Then, only dead silence.
w tym miejscu, które obecnie jest zaślepione.
In this exact place, which is now sealed off, there used to be a special peephole, a kind of window which made it possible to look inside the gas chamber.
Zajrzenie do wnętrza komory gazowej od strony
The
wewnętrznej.
peephole was fitted on the inside with a metal safety net, so that the victims in their act of despair would simply not break the glass.
Aczkolwiek wiemy z relacji
However, from the accounts of the witnesses, we do know that these windows were very often broken by the victims in their sheer act of despair. And this exact door testifies to it, because this opening, which was located in the middle of the door, is sealed here. To this day, no photos documenting the terrible deaths of children, women, and men inside the chamber have emerged. However, the pictures recreated from memory of a French Jew forced by the Germans to work in the Zonder Commando in a group of prisoners operating the gas chambers and crematoria are a remarkable proof. This photo shows the gas chamber in Crematorium 5 in Birkenau. It's January 26, 1945. 1 o'clock in the morning. a cannonade of the approaching Soviet troops can be heard from the distance. Suddenly, the camp is shaken by a powerful explosion. The SS men blew up the last of the Birkenau gas chambers in order to cover up the traces of the Holocaust. The force of the blast was so powerful that the door was ripped off its hinges. During the Holocaust, they were exactly here or here. The aerial photo of the camp shows 4 chambers and crematoria, marked by the Germans with numbers 5, 4, 3, and 2. In the last one, there is something deep under the rubble that the Germans did not manage to destroy. Something that, apart from the conservators, no one sees and never touches.
In the ruins of the gas chamber number 2, under the ceiling debris, there is a space when the floor of the gas chamber is accessible. It is a unique and extremely demanding place for us, because each time we work here, we are fully aware of the history of this space.
On this floor, crowded to the limit, Jews died in agony. Children, adults, and the elderly. They felt the floor under their feet in the darkness in the last seconds of their lives.
This is also a place where the people don't cry so often as in Auschwitz-1. At the entrance, when they see the human hair or children clothes. And in this moment, the people, the visitors, know there is the place where the people lost their lives. And here they are fully aware of the gravity of the crime.
The Beskids, the picturesque mountains, perfectly visible from the vicinity of Auschwitz. It is from here that the photographs come, which were supposed to be a reminder of happy moments, but instead became a frightening testimony of the heartlessness of the criminals.
We can see a group of young women from the auxiliary service, SS Helferinnen. In Auschwitz, those women work as radiotelegraphists. They are laughing, at ease, gorging themselves on berries from the nearby wood. They are accompanied by a man playing the accordion.
In the next 2 photos, we can see how much laughter was caused by the sudden rain. Zolehite, literally translated, a shelter on the Zola River. The center was located in Porumpka village. The first SS men from Auschwitz had rested here with their families since 1940. We would never have seen how these people, responsible for the murder of thousands of children, women, and men, used to spend their weekends off duty, if it were not for one man.
The album of Karl Hecker came to light relatively late. In 2007, a private donor handed it over to the collection of Holocaust Museum in Washington. This is a commemorative photo album belonging to Karl Hecker, who was the adjutant to the last commandant of the main camp, Richard Baer.
The album contains 116 unique photographs documenting various events in the life of the Auschwitz staff. Visits of Nazi dignitaries, shooting competitions, or the funerals of SS men killed in an Allied air raid.
I'm particularly impressed by a sequence of photographs with SS Soldaten. SS men are clearly at ease, relaxed, chatting, some of them smoking cigarettes. But their presence at Soldaten will also come to an end. From Monday onwards, all those persons will be on duty at Auschwitz. Baer and Kramer will manage the camps. Otto Moll will be in charge of the crematorium, whereas Josef Mengele will perform experiments on kids and selection among the new transports.
After the war, Karl Hecker worked in a German bank. In the 1960s, he was brought to trial in Frankfurt for the crimes committed in Auschwitz. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison. After that, he returned to normal life. However, in 1989, he was brought to trial again, this time for his crimes committed in the Majdanek camp. Sentence: 4 years in prison. This criminal has already died at large. He was 88 years old.
Please deliver this letter to the nearest Greek consulate. After a 10-day journey, we arrived at Auschwitz, from where we were transferred to the Birkenau camp. And once there, those physically fit and strong were selected. Where? Where? To the crematorium. This is a wish of a man condemned to death by the Germans because I am Jewish. Thank you, Marcel Nadjary.
What could someone have done while awaiting their own death in Auschwitz-Birkenau? It seems like nothing, like they were completely powerless. Yet these people somehow managed to do something. From our childhood, we remember made-up stories of a shipwreck survivor being trapped on a deserted island. He puts a letter into a bottle, throws it into the ocean, and hopes that someone will find it. The Jews sentenced to death in Auschwitz did that in reality. And what is even more extraordinary, after years, their messages got to the addressees, to us.
After the war, the huge area of Birkenau, the largest death camp in the world, was overgrown with grass and bushes. The area is regularly cleared by students of the Forestry Technical School in Brünneck. It's October 24th, 1980. In the vicinity of the ruins of the gas chamber and the crematorium number 3, at a depth of about 30 centimeters, one of the students finds a leather briefcase. Inside, there is a glass thermos flask.
Near the ruins of the gas chamber number 3, a glass thermos was found. It was found broken. The water that got inside in the past destroyed its priceless content.
Inside there were 6 double-sided pages written in fine print. All of them torn out from the notebook and carefully placed to the thermos.
Since this object was found in the immediate vicinity of the former crematory, we can assume that those notes were written by a Zonder Commando prisoner.
Zonder Commando.
Zonder Commando, a word that denotes a group for special works. Who were the prisoners of the Zonder Commando? Young men, mainly Jews, selected from among the newly arrived transports, who, under the threat of immediate death, were forced to operate the facilities of the death camp. First of all, for burning down the bodies of the murdered. People who were isolated from other prisoners of the camp. They knew they would die, that the SS would never let them out of their clutches.
It is a big building with a massive chimney stack with 15 crematorium ovens. There are 2 large, spacious underground chambers under the garden. One is used for undressing. Most had no idea about their fate. Some laughed, others cried. They were told that they are about to take a shower, so they helplessly walked to their deaths. To death, my beloved ones. Then I would close the hermetic door.
Being at the very bottom of hell, these people still manage to find their humanity. They want to leave a trace of themselves. So since 1943, they have been planning to leave behind a legacy of evidence of the crimes. Notes describing the events of the crematoria. Farewell letters for their families.
Listy pożegnalne dla swoich rodzin.
In 1980, it was discovered that the author of the notes was a Greek Jew, soldier, and partisan, Marcel Nadjary. But most of his text, which is a priceless eyewitness account of the unimaginable crime of the Holocaust, seemed to be lost forever.
The difficulty in reading those notes was that they were double-sided. The ink penetrated the paper, and what was written on one side was visible on other, and vice versa.
However, after another 30 years, there was a shadow of hope that reading the blurry spots would be possible, all thanks to a unique technology, multispectral imaging, which allows you to see more details and shades.
Using this system, changing the wavelengths from ultraviolet through visible to infrared, I record 12 images, which are then form a base for further analysis and further research, which should allow us to see something more than with our naked eye or with the standard photographic equipment.
Almost 6 years of painstaking research and analysis, the most modern optical equipment, the fight for every word and letter. And finally, the effect exceeded all expectations. After nearly 75 years, scientists have miraculously published the complete text by Marcel Nadjary.
My beloved, when you read about the work I do, you will ask how I was able to burn my fellow believers. And at the beginning, I also thought many times about entering the oven with them and ending my life. But I was always held back by the desire for revenge. I wanted, and I still want to live in order to avenge the death of Dad, Mom, and my little sister Nellie. I am not afraid of death. Is it even possible to be afraid after all I have seen?
Marcel Nadjary survived being in the camp, which is a miracle too. After the war, he returned to Greece, he started his own family, and later he moved to the United States. He named his daughter Nelly, the same name his little beloved sister, who was murdered in a gas chamber in Birkenau, had. He himself died in 1971. During his life, he was unable to fulfill one of his resolutions: to avenge his mother, his father, and his beloved sister.
Can one deceive such a horrific system of evil? You can, but you need a plan. Here is a license plate of the SS car, seemingly just a piece of sheet metal. But in the time of the extermination, such an object gives 4 men a chance to escape their death.
It was one of the most spectacular escapes in the history of Auschwitz, although it's hard to be ranking them. If someone in Hollywood wrote a script like that, the producer would throw them out the door and say that there is no way anybody would ever believe this story.
Here are the main characters. Kazimierz Piechowski, age 24. A scout prior to the war, noble and tough, never afraid of taking risk. Stanislav Yasta, 21. Also a scout, avid sailor, 2 meters tall, very broad in his shoulders. Yusef Lempart, 26. A priest. He agreed to escape without any hesitation, always able to keep a cool head in the worst situations. And this is the 1939 Steyr 220, a beautiful Austrian convertible that was driven during the breakaway by Eugeniusz Bandera, age 42, number 8502. Strong, swarthy complexion, and hellishly brave. A car mechanic unmatched in his profession. He repaired cars on which helpless German mechanics long gave up.
Everything began here in the camp garage, and from Eugeniusz Bandera receiving a warning that he's lined up to be murdered soon. He decides to risk everything and attempt to escape. His plan is to steal an SS car and drive out. He can't do this alone, so he gets Kazimierz Piechowski in on his plan. They want to steal SS uniforms, and they form a fictional commando, Rollwagen Commando, a group of 4 prisoners that pulled a wagon that was used for the transport of materials and garbage. That's how a group of 4 escapees was formed. Finally, they are ready. But can one truly be ready for something like this?
Let's experience this audacious escape, together with one of the daredevils. This is the account of Kazimierz Piechowski. It's June 20, 1942. Saturday. The last moments before the planned escape.
Okay, guys, we'll make it. We shook hands.
Prisoners change into uniforms. They check their weapons. Piechowski is an Untersturmführer, the highest rank, because he is the only one who knows German well enough. Bandera brings the beautiful Austrian Steyr 220 convertible. The do-or-die game begins. They got everything to lose. Let's just cross the gate that separates hell and death from freedom and life.
About 40 meters from the border. We are wearing SS uniforms, have a car with an SS license plate. But they are not raising the barrier. Genek changes down to 3rd gear. Still not raised. One bastard is sitting in a Posten Buddha guard's box. A band thrown into a hand machine gun. Still closed. Genek changes down to 1st gear. We are barely moving. Still 15, perhaps 10 steps to the barrier. On those last meters, I'm no longer in the camp. I'm at my mom's. I'm bidding farewell. At that moment, I feel a hard blow to the nape of my neck. And I hear, Kazik, do something. I cast off my apathy. I'm exposing my arm so that he can see my insignias and screaming, Mach hier auf! Are you sleeping or what? How long should we be waiting here? The assessment has jumped up to the crank and is raising the barrier. We are driving up slowly. The assessment are greeting us, raising their stretched arms. So do I, as if casually. Heil Hitler. We are past the barrier.
Kazimierz Piechowski lived until he was 98 years old. He fascinated the young people, tough, noble, wise and honest. When he told the story of his escape, he often said, on one side there was the SS, armed up till their teeth, a huge system of violence and terror. On the other, 4 prisoners that the Germans took for nothing. That's what was fascinating about him. His escape and his whole life was about one message: never give up.
Auschwitz-Birkenau, former German Nazi concentration and extermination camp. The largest cemetery, final resting place in the world. Over 1 million Jews, over 100,000 of Poles, Sinti and Roma, and Soviet prisoners of war. This is not an ordinary museum. Also because no other place saves items such as a broken-off toothbrush or an old suitcase. One of the most modern conservation workshops in the world operates in the former outbuildings of the camp. The remains of the death factory. Priceless and cherished evidence of the crime. Often the last sole remain traces of their owners' lives. Heaps of glasses, shoes, artificial limbs. There are no graves in this final resting place. The bodies of the murdered were burnt in the crematoria. Almost all that have remained of the victims are things that once belonged to them. Why almost? Because the perpetrators made an exception for those parts of the human body which they considered as goods. These photos show the hair found in the camp just after the liberation.
For the Germans, nothing could be wasted. The camp was not only a huge factory of death, it was also a huge profit-making enterprise. The SS sold hair to German companies at half a mark per kilogram, mainly for production of fabrics and felt. 2 tons of hair have survived to this day.
Hair are not ordinary exhibits. After all, these are human remains. Therefore, the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum does not allow filming them. There is, however, one exception. The intertwined locks of a woman and a man that are carefully preserved in the museum collections.
Edward Galiński was deported to Auschwitz in 1940 as a 17-year-old teenager and spent in the camp 4 years. That was for him, this part of life when the person's character is created and the time of first love, first high feelings.
Mala was born in Poland in a Jewish merchant family, and at the age of 10, she immigrated with her family to Belgium. That is why she mastered many languages and therefore got the position of an interpreter and messenger between SS supervisors and prisoners. From the beginning, Mala and Edek felt sympathy for each other, and later a great love broke out. Once, she was to say to her camp friends, "I love and I am loved."
Edek and Mala decide to escape from the camp. To implement their daring plan, they are helped by none other than SS man Unterscharführer Edvard Lubusch, who is a very special person. He helps various prisoners, and he provided the couple in love with an SS uniform and a pass. She disguises herself as a prisoner, carrying a wash basin over her head, while Edek pretends to be a guard. Polish prisoner Wisław Keller helps them as well, becoming an eyewitness of the escape. It is June 24th, 1944.
A good idea was with this bowl covering almost completely a small head of Mala. But Mala is bending under such a weight. Edek let Mala go forward, and he himself was following her at a few step distance, like an SS man escorting a prisoner. Step by step, they were walking away from the camp.
It was only at the evening roll call that the camp siren wailed, alerting about the escape. The chase began.
Mala and Edek were running to the mountains. After several days, she was arrested, and Edek didn't want to leave her alone. They were put back in the camp in the bunker of the Block 11. Stories in Auschwitz rarely end with a happy ending.
Every evening, when the entire block was plunging into the quiet hours, Edek used to put his mouth into a gap in the door, whistling a beautiful, wistful melody. After a while, the same melody whistled by Mala returned through the tortuous bunker corridors.
Despite the torture, the lovers did not turn anybody of those who helped organize the escape in. Galinsky was held in 6 different cells. There were inscriptions and drawings on the wall devoted to the love for Mala. July 6th, 1944, is probably the last day the lovers were free. However, thanks to the help of one of the prisoners, they managed to meet again in secret. Then they decided that they would not let the Germans take them alive.
The roll call was coming to an end. There was complete silence. One could hear only gravel from under the shoes of Edek, the condemned man heading for the gallows. Edek breezed up the podium and immediately stood on a stool placed under the gallows. The loop was touching his head. The command sounded.
Achtung!
After a while, one of the SS men came forward, started to read out the sentence written in German. At this very moment, Edek, standing on the stool, found the loophole. He bounced off the stool with his legs and hung. He kept his word. No hangman will get me alive. Yet, the SS man didn't allow such a demonstration. The Lager Capo put his hands around Edek's waist, then put him on the stool and loosened the loop. the German finished reading the sentence. In the time of complete silence, Edek suddenly screamed in a stifled voice,
"Long live Poland!"
But he didn't finish. The camp remained motionless. A silent crowd of thousands of prisoners became blurred in the nightfall. There was dead silence. The entire camp was paying homage to the deceased.
Most likely on the same day, August 22nd, 1944, but in the women's section of Birkenau, Mala also kept her word. When she stood under the noose, she cut her veins with a smuggled razor. She hit one of the SS men in the face. She was brutally beaten. The dying woman was taken to the crematorium on a wheelbarrow. But how did the lovers' hair survive their deaths? Before the execution, Edek gave locks of hair to one of the prisoners, who then found Vyacheslav Keller.
Edek asked to give this piece of paper to you. Saying this, he gave me this paper folded into a small package. I checked the contents of that small bundle in the block. In the presence of Yankel and the hairdresser. On the paper were written the surnames of Edek and Mali and their camp numbers. And in a folded wrapper, there was a tuft of hair, Edek's short hair and the curl of Mali's golden hair. This time, all three of us burst into tears.
It is 1969. A prisoner of the first transport to Auschwitz, Vyacheslav Keller, number 290, a cinematographer after the war and the author of the best-selling camp memoirs, Annus Mundi, gives the museum in Auschwitz a priceless souvenir. These two logs, the last trace of the life and love of his friends, a Jewish woman and a Pole, were hidden and miraculously kept in 5 other camps until liberation in 1945. The Arbeit macht frei gate. Work makes you free, a noble slogan, the meaning of which the Germans had heartlessly distorted. However, many of the newly arrived prisoners had no idea about it.
No matter how funny it might sound, that gate built up our hopes. There was an inscription, Arbeit macht frei. Thus, labor camp? Well, let it be. Perhaps a factory. Those Germans have such revealing catchwords.
Work makes you free. This slogan greeted prisoners of several German concentration camps, starting with the first one, Dachau, that was established in March 1933.
Arbeit macht frei. It was the title of a short story published by the German librarian, pastor, and writer Lorenz Diefenbach in the 19th century. And the Nazis used this title cynically. In Auschwitz, work kills from early morning till late at night. Prisoners even created ironic rhyme. Arbeit macht frei durch Krematorium Nummer 3. Work will make you free through crematorium number 3.
Annually, over 2 million visitors from all over the world pass under this slogan. do they know that they are not looking at the original one, but only a replica?
The infamous Arbeit Macht frei sign was removed from the main gate to the Auschwitz
This was not an
concentration
ordinary theft.
To jest profanacja. Ktoś przychodzi na cmentarz I kradnie.
The most important symbol of Auschwitz and of the Holocaust was stolen.
Przesłuchujemy ludzi, którzy mają
The
informacje.
peace of over 1 million victims of Nazism was disturbed.
The perpetrators remain unknown.
Osoby, które dokonały tego aktu, wiedziały, gdzie idą I po co. Pytanie dlaczego, bo to się nikomu w głowie nie mieści.
On December 18th, 2009, the night was cloudy and moonless. It was snowing heavily. The cameras couldn't pick up anything.
It was still dark, my phone rang. Someone has stolen the inscription Arbeit macht frei. And my first reaction was impossible. You can steal, for example, a Van Gogh painting, but not the inscription from the concentration camp. Who could have done that? And for God's sake, what for?
The symbol of Auschwitz and the Holocaust recovered.
5 men between 20 and 39
Cała
years of
piątka ma w tej chwili przedstawione
Law
zarzuty.
enforcement officers published
The
a
reason still remains unknown.
It was only a matter of luck that the inscription was found.
Unfortunately, the inscription is in a sorry state and needs expensive and long restoration.
The thieves were commissioned by a Swedish neo-Nazi. They came for the 5-meter inscription by car. To fit it in, they had to cut it and broke it into 3 pieces. The restorers faced one of the greatest challenges in their professional lives: to restore the world symbol of Auschwitz and the Holocaust to its original state.
The sign was in 3 parts, and all of that 3 parts were deformed. We know exactly that even a small mistake from our side can cause more damage, and it was a really big challenge for us.
The restoration works lasted over a year. They required specialized analyses and masterful skills. Today, the original inscription looks as if nothing had happened, safe in the museum collections. This, however, was not the first time that the inscription was in danger. Here is an extremely rare photo, probably taken in the late fall of 1945 by a former prisoner. One detail is very disturbing. Yes, there is no inscription above the gate.
In January 1945, the Soviet army liberated the camp, and Soviet administration provided help for survivors. However, special requisition troops began to confiscate everything that represented a certain value.
At the same time, Eugeniusz Nosel, a former prisoner of Auschwitz, returned to Auschwitz and got involved in the reconstruction of the city.
Going to pick up building materials on the Bauhof premises, there was a train loaded by the Soviet army. Various machines, lumber, beds, wardrobes, tables. On the side of that railway, there was stuck an emblem, Arbeit macht frei. MacArthur stopped at my request, and I asked, by the way, is there anything to buy back this emblem from the soldier guarding those rail cars, prepared to leave for the east? MacArthur gave him a quarter liter of moonshine vodka. And he had the authentic emblem taken out of the rail car.
Thus, one man saved the symbol of Auschwitz. To this day, it reminds us of the darkest crimes of this place but also of heroic and admirable deeds. Auschwitz-Birkenau is also a story of solidarity and resistance. Let us look again at the Arbeit macht frei inscription. The inscription contains a mistake, and one does not need to know German to detect it. There is a reversed B letter. Coincidence? Or maybe a hidden message? The inscription was made by one of the first Auschwitz prisoners, Jan Liwacz, camp number 1010. He was a master of artistic blacksmithing. The capo, Kurt Müller, drew the inscription on the ground, and the work, under the direction of Liwacz, was conducted by prisoners in the camp's locksmith shop.
First, a bent tube was used to make the inscription frame, and then letters were carved out of a metal sheet. We welded the letters onto the frame. Tendentiously, in this inscription, the letter B was placed the other way around. It's a kind of malice, which gave us a little satisfaction.
There was so little they could do to express their anger at the unimaginable crimes committed in the recesses of the extermination camp. Block of pseudo-medical experiments, closed to visitors on a daily basis.
I was nude, and they laid me on a black table. From the top, I was covered by a white window glass with a light. The light in that operating theater went out. Then an apparatus was introduced into my vagina. I felt a pain resembling birth throes. A small red lamp was on.
Before the operation, I was given several intravaginal injections. They were very painful. After an injection, I had shivering fits lasting as long as up to 12 hours. I realized I had been mutilated for life.
Who was the man capable of such cruelty? And why was he doing it?
Karl Klauberg, before the war, he was a well-known German professor of gynecology. However, that was his initiative to begin with such experiments in order to find a cheap and efficient method for mass sterilization of women.
From 200 to over 400 female prisoners, mostly Jewish women, were kept at this block. Dr. Klauberg injected a caustic chemical into their reproductive organs. They often resulted in death and an autopsy on the very same table. It's large enough for 2 dead bodies. Blood and bodily fluids drained through the opening.
In this block, a historical layout of rooms was preserved, as well as window and door carpentry, wooden and concrete floors, multicolor painting layers. We can talk here about direct touching the history. Each preserved elements, piece of camp remains, witnessed a tragic story of a certain person.
It was in this room where Dr. Klauberg performed his cruel procedures. It is a gynecological chair and a set of tools that only a few years ago found their way to the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum.
The instruments used by Dr. Klauberg were found by somebody around the memorial, but the majority of the objects that we receive, even after decades now, are coming from the families of survivors. Those families understand very, very well that those documents will be protected forever here, and they will participate in the history of this remembrance.
The gloomy railway ramp inside the Birkenau camp. The last stop before death for thousands of Jewish children, women, and men. Few will end up in the camp. Most will die in agony in the gas chambers. Everything that happens behind the gates of death is kept in strict secrecy. These are the orders of Commandant Rudolf Hess. And yet the events that took place on the ramp are known today, thanks to about 200 unique photographs. Selection on the ramp is almost mechanical. Children, the elderly, the sick, the handicapped, exhausted from their journey, pregnant women, all go to their death immediately. Dr. Josef Mengele is a symbol of this hell on earth. Known as the Angel of Death, his character became a dark legend. Some even say that while sending the children to the gas, he whistled his favorite tune. The SS men form two columns of people. Those capable of slave labor are sent to the camp. The others are deceived, told that they are going to bathe after their trip. Unaware of anything, the victims go straight to the gas chambers.
The very fact that these photos were taken and preserved to our times seems to be a miracle, but the circumstances of finding them are even more amazing. If it hadn't happened, nobody would have believed it. It was like 1 in a billion.
However, the story of the album's discovery begins not in Auschwitz, but in the German concentration camp of Mittelbau-Dora, 700 kilometers away from it. Soon after the liberation, Lily Jakob, a Jewish woman suffering from typhus, lies in bed in the former SS headquarters.
I had a very high fever. In the evening, I stretched out my hand towards a bedside table and came across an album over there. I was amazed because it hadn't been there before. Next morning, I took the album in hand.
In the photographs, Lily recognizes the faces of her neighbors and loved ones. Auntie with 4 children. Cousin Mendel. Grandma Schendel and Grandpa Abraham. And Lily's 2 brothers, Israel and Zedek. In a split second, the most horrible memories come back. It is May 26, 1944. A transport of 3,500 Jews arrives at the camp. Lily and her family get off at the ramp.
My father was pushed to the right. My brothers disappeared somewhere. I noticed my mother. When the SS man wasn't looking, I ran up to her. The German noticed us. He beat me severely and stabbed my arm with a bayonet. My bleeding was horrible. Then, in the bathhouse, I had my wound dressed, but I was alone.
An additional shock for Lily was the fact that in one of the photographs, she recognized herself right after her camp admission procedure. But let's take a look at another photo from the album, a photo that will become important on a global scale. Lily's two brothers on the ramp in Birkenau. Israel is looking straight into the lens.
When the museum announced a competition for a new logotype of the Auschwitz-Birkenau memorial, a lot of works arrived. But what dominated in the works were watchtowers, barbed wires, or prisoners' triangles. Director Piotr Cywiński said then, "Wait a minute. After all, what is the most important is not here. There are no people." It was then that he decided to design a new logotype on his own. The eyes of the Jewish boy standing on the ramp in Birkenau became its central part. The eyes of Lily's little brother, who is looking straight into our eyes today.
After the war, for a long time, Lily Jakob could not part with the photographs. It was the last trace of her relatives' lives. But in the 1980s, she donated a priceless album to the Yad Vashem Institute in Jerusalem. In her memories, the ramp always remained the site of the most tragic moments of her life. However, for the Germans, the ramp was only a logistical tool.
What is the point of a factory's operation? It is to produce as fast as possible, as cheap as possible, as efficient as possible. And the same situation we have here in Auschwitz. The Germans need to deport hundreds of thousands of Jews from many European countries, very often distant countries, just to strip them of their belongings and murder them.
This is how the few survivors recall their deportation to Auschwitz.
It was a closed rail car to transport cattle. We were jammed. There was no space to sit down or to lie down.
We were parched. We were packed in more than like sardines. A kid was calling to me, "Water, water."
Crying, shouting, moaning. People were dying.
The train stopped, and the rail cars were unloaded.
Right from the very beginning of the planning of Birkenau camp, the construction of a new transport ramp was planned. At first, this project could not be implemented because of a shortage of building materials. In 1943, the then head of the Auschwitz camp construction department asked his superior, Hans Kammler, for 320 tons of iron necessary for the construction of a new unloading ramp in Birkenau. The problem was that for the whole of 1943, the entire Auschwitz camp received a total of 400 tons, and that in batches of 100 tons. The order was already hard to fulfill. Iron was a strategic raw material at the time and was primarily subject to military quotas. For over 2 years before the ramp inside the Birkenau camp was built, the transports of Jews doomed to extermination stopped at a completely different place. both camps can be seen in the wartime aerial photo. Auschwitz I and Auschwitz II Birkenau. A railway junction and a siding are located between them. What happened in this place haunted the survivors for the rest of their lives.
There were some SS men with dogs and spotlights. They opened the door and greeted us with a beating.
People were surging towards the exit, numbed with fear. Tiny Mordechai was still in my arms, passed out and half dead. In one of those terrible moments, the child slipped out of my arms. I don't know when and how.
I took the hand of Nora, my wife, who was 8 months pregnant. In the other hand, I held my violin. Violent blows made me leave both of them.
Actually, the most of Jewish transports were unloaded here. In the years 1942 up to 1944, the Jews were received in this part of the Auschwitz railway station, which was originally construction material site for the expansion of the Birkenau camp.
However, the path the victims must travel from here is still a problem. The distance between the gas chambers and crematoria number 2 and 3 is about 1 mile. Old, sick, or exhausted people have to be transported by trucks. An unacceptable waste of time and fuel, not to mention the involvement of the SS crew. Therefore, despite the difficulties, a ramp is finally built inside the Birkenau camp. The path to the chambers is shortened to only 500 yards. The Holocaust is gaining momentum. There is a document confirming for certain when the first so-called Zonder transport, special transport, entered these tracks. It was May 16, 1944 at 1:50 p.m. The ramp was to be expanded. It was supposed to be roofed, and in fact, there are plans from June 1944 showing the intention to build several roofed platforms in the unloading yard. And exactly 30 yards behind my back, there was supposed to be a building for the manager of this railway siding. In just a few weeks, the commissioning of the new ramp coincided with the decision to deport 430,000 Jews from Hungary. It was then that the photographs from the album found by Lily Jakob were taken. However, one more question remains. Who took them?
The authors of these photographs were most probably 2 SS men from Auschwitz camp. Chief of Erkennungsdienst, SS Identification Service Bernhard Walter, and his deputy Ernst Hoffmann.
Thanks to detailed analysis of the photos, there is a high probability that the SS men taking them have been identified.
Perhaps it is related to Bernhard Walter. As we know, after the evacuation from Auschwitz, he landed up in Mittelbau-Dora, a German camp, and he may have left the album in the SS quarters.
An additional clue is his name and surname written on the first page of the album. But in the history of Auschwitz, there is another famous photograph taken in the camp. In that photo, one of the prisoners smiles warmly. He's really happy. Margarita Ferrar from Spain, with her son Edie, is waiting for her beloved. It is March 18th, 1944. almost 11 o'clock. From the side of the men's camp, Austrian prisoner Rudolf Friemel is coming. Because of a wedding, he was allowed to grow his hair. He has a tie and a suit instead of a striped uniform. Red roses were embroidered on Rudolf's white shirt by other prisoners. The camp orchestra is playing. Such a scene in the Auschwitz camp? How could this have happened?
We may find it hard to believe, but there was also a civil status registry of KL Auschwitz. It was placed in the barrack belonging to the Politische Abteilung, no longer in existence. The main task of the registry was to issue thousands of death certificates. Such documents had to be drawn up after the death of each prisoner registered in the camp. A single death certificate presented the basic personal data, as well as the date and hour of death, and its cause.
Murdered and tortured prisoners usually had a false cause of death entered. Stroke, pneumonia, kidney inflammation, or sepsis. But for one and only time, the registry office in Auschwitz became a place of love and happiness.
Rudolf Friemel był Austriakiem.
Rudolf Friemel was Austrian. Before 1939, he found himself in Spain, fighting in the Civil War. There, he also met a woman, the beautiful Margarita, whom, after some time, he married. Unfortunately, the Third Reich did not want to recognize this marriage. That is why Rudolf's father asked Heinrich Himmler himself to remarry the young people in Auschwitz. He received the positive news surprisingly quickly. The wedding ceremony is limited to signing the papers in the presence of witnesses. Then the newlyweds and their son go to take a souvenir photo. The SS allows Rudolf and Margarita to spend the night in Block 24. They have to say goodbye in the morning.
In the fall of 1944, the camp resistance movement, Poles and Austrians, organized a daring escape. A group of prisoners was supposed to hide in a car that was taking dirty camp clothes to the laundry in Bielsko.
This escape, though carefully prepared, ends tragically. An SS man, who had been bribed to take the prisoners away, went directly to Block 11 and handed these prisoners over to the Gestapo. He also gave the names of the people who had bribed him. One of them was Rudolf Friemel.
On December 30th, 1944, the last execution took place at the Auschwitz I men's camp. On the gallows, among others, Rudolf Friemel. It all happened on the day when the approaching Red Army was already heard, when liberation was at hand.
But in the archives of the Auschwitz Camp Registry Office, there is one more extraordinary document. It relates to the ramp and Lily Jacob's album.
Some years ago, I looked through the death certificates of kids born in Auschwitz who died there very soon. I suddenly came across the death certificate of Dieter Walter. I knew his very sad name. I looked at the father's data and all was clear. It was Bernhard Walter. Probably the author of these photographs, SS man from the camp garrison, the chief of the SS identification service. His newborn son died a few hours after birth. How come that a man who experienced such a tragedy the death of his own kid, was able to calmly take photos of Jewish kids who were killed in large numbers in gas chambers.
In the history of Auschwitz, there was a prisoner who dared to be German himself in order to get a slice of bread.
A large group of prisoners gathered in front of the camp kitchen. One of them ran up to me and shouted, "Teddy, do you want a slice of bread? Among us there is a German boxer. I'm looking for someone who will fight and beat him." My weight was 42 kilograms, but I decided to fight at once.
It's Sunday, a day off, March 2nd, 1941. The German couple, Walter Dünig, warms up before the fight, a powerfully muscled blonde. He was sent to Auschwitz as a criminal. For fun, he boxes with exhausted prisoners. He has already broken the jaws of 2 of them.
A pre-war middleweight boxing champion in Germany. You can see the broken eyebrows. You can see his crushed nose. Professional boxer.
Opposite, Tadeusz Pizzikowski, Polish political prisoner. Sent to Auschwitz in the first transport in June 1940. Before the war, he boxed under the name Teddy, a great talent, Warsaw champion in bantamweight class. The rivals are both 5 feet 7 inches tall, but a well-fed Dünig weighs 150 pounds. Friends are afraid that Pizzikowski will be beaten to death. German couples are looking forward to bloody entertainment.
Everyone around is crawling. Teddy's gloves are put on. These are ordinary working gloves, additionally stuffed with racks, which were supposed to give the impression of these boxing ones. And from that moment onwards, everything changes.
Dünig simply wants to beat the hell out of Pizzikowski. Before the first blows are thrown, Teddy, following the rules of fair play, extends his gloves in a greeting.
The square becomes a ring. The prisoners standing around suddenly stop laughing. The first round begins.
Dünig attacks furiously, but Teddy is a master of dodging and blocking. The Germans' powerful blows hit either the air or the gloves of prisoner number 77. The first round ends in a draw.
Where does he get his strength from? We don't know. The second round starts. Dünig begins to hit stronger, but Pizzikowski resists this attack and delivers blows by himself. His straight left followed by left side winders. Then an uppercut and the first blood. Blood starts flowing from Dünig's nose. And Pizzikowski does not attack. Dünig throws down his gloves and says, "Guter Junge, a good boy."
Hit the German! Hit the German! Hit the German!
After hearing these shouts, the German capos want to beat the prisoners, but after a while, as if embarrassed, they give up. Dünig gives Pizzikowski half a loaf of bread and a piece of meat. In the camp, this is more valuable than gold.
Since then, Pizzikowski fights dozens of times. Only one fight he loses. he fights above all about being able to share the bread earned from these fights with his campmates. After some time, he is transferred to another camp, where he also fights, and he takes a unique item with him, these boxing gloves.
Dozens of years after the war, one of Pitsakovsky's gloves was placed at the Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial. Here, it is carefully preserved as a sign of the prisoner's relentless spirit and resistance. But how did Teddy get real boxing gloves in the camp?
The answer is the word Canada. Warehouses of things taken from murdered Jews, from where most likely these gloves came from. And those gloves were like a symbol of justice and compensation for all this enormous harm.
Auschwitz-Birkenau, former German Nazi concentration and extermination camp. The largest cemetery final resting place in the world. Over 1 million Jews, over 100,000 of Poles, Sinti and Roma, and Soviet prisoners of war. This is not an ordinary museum. Also because no other place saves items such as a broken-off toothbrush or an old suitcase. One of the most modern conservation workshops in the world, operates in the former outbuildings of the camp. The remains of the death factory. Priceless and cherished evidence of the crime. Often the last sole remain traces of their owners' lives. A middle-aged man wearing a suit and tie, holding the hand of a boy in a sailor's outfit. Around them, a crowd of elegant people. But they all have the Star of David sewn onto their clothes. They get off the cattle cars in a place that will go down in history as Alte Judenrampe, the old Jewish ramp at the Birkenau camp. Perhaps this is how the story of a man who left behind a unique, one-of-a-kind history of the Holocaust begins.
The sketchbook is the most important artistic work in the collection of the Auschwitz Museum. This is because it is the only preserved collection of drawings showing extermination.
Możemy także przypuszczać, że gdyby
They
autor...
may also assume that if the maker of these drawings survived, he or she would certainly try to contact the Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial to find, for example, traces of their family.
swojej rodziny.
We spent hours staring on every little detail on the pages of this sketchbook. We believe that we'll finally find the key to this secret of who was the author of this sketchbook.
The only chance to discover the truth is a detective analysis of even the smallest details of these drawings. So, let's start with the sketch marked with a capital A. Apart from the man and the boy, the author has distinguished one more figure. He has a hat on his head, a bow tie at the neck. Perhaps he is the boy's grandfather. This hypothesis seems to be confirmed by the next drawing. The SS man brutally tugs the child. The boy struggles to get away to his father, but the father stretches out his hands helplessly. He is powerless. The boy will join his grandfather in a moment. a terrible fate awaits them. A sketch showing selection on a ramp is marked with a capital letter B.
This scene is very dramatic, it's very moving, full of emotion. The boy is shouting, and the old man, the grandfather, is standing nearby. So maybe it's the story of the whole family.
Let's pause for a moment at the drawing marked with a capital letter B. In the distance, we see the infamous death gate of Birkenau camp. But the building looks different than nowadays. One wing is missing. Has the mysterious artist not finished the sketch? Or maybe he or she made a mistake? No, it is not a mistake. The second wing of the gate was added on only at the turn of 1943 and 44. So the author of the sketchbook must have arrived at the camp before that time.
The uniqueness of the sketchbook lies also in the fact that it constitutes the only iconographic source showing the old Jewish ramp, the so-called Alte Judenrampe, at the moment of transport arrivals.
Let's pause for a moment at the mysterious markings on some of the sketchbook pages. The artist distinguished them for a very important reason. Card A, the arrival of transports at the camp. B, selection on the ramp. C, unknowing victims go straight to the gas chamber. D, gas chamber and crematorium.
This child is seen on the third sketch in the sketchbook. This little boy in a sailor's uniform, and next to him is the grandfather. A little boy is walking, holding a woman's hand to the gas chamber.
Out of 216,000 Jewish children deported here, only about 8,500 were registered as prisoners. This means that 96% of the children who arrived at the camp had no chance of survival. They did not enter the camp, but were directed straight from the ramp to the gas chambers. The precision with which the anonymous artist sketched the site of the final stage of the Holocaust is extraordinary. The drawing shows one of the two twin gas chambers connected to the crematoria and marked by the Germans with numbers 4 and 5. The chambers and crematoria were opened in the spring of 1943. By comparing this information with the knowledge acquired from the drawing presenting the Gate of Death, we already know that the sketchbook had to have been created in the summer and fall of 1943.
When I look at the sketches, so moving, so full of emotion, so realistic, I ask myself, maybe the author of the sketchbook drew himself, standing on the ramp and holding his child's hand. Maybe he drew the loss of his beloved child. Maybe the author of the sketchbook is that handsome man.
But intuition is not enough to discover the mysterious artist's identity. We have to search for more clues where the sketchbook was found. It's June 1947. After the war, a former prisoner of Auschwitz, Józef Audi, is one of the museum guards. While patrolling the area of the former Birkenau camp, he passes through the section marked by the Germans as B2F. There was a prison hospital here. Today, his daughter Anna is leading us to this special place. She also works at the museum. He noticed a bottle sticking out of the barrack foundations. He wondered what it could be. He went over and removed it, and it turned out that inside the bottle there were some folded and rolled sheets of paper. The hospital from Sector B2F appears in the last but one drawing of the sketchbook. The prisoners throw emaciated corpses onto a wooden cart. But there is one more remarkable clue: that the anonymous illustrator must have stayed there for a long time.
The choice of colors in the sketches, here we have blue and red, is puzzling. We may assume these colors came from the camp hospital. Both red and blue crayons were used to complete the temperature card of patients staying in the hospital.
And the last drawing, it is not finished, and therefore even more moving. If we assume that the author of the sketchbook was a prisoner, then previous drawings suggest that he was sent to the camp hospital. Maybe he was ill and he died. Maybe he was selected by the SS doctors to be sent to the gas chamber.
But there is another hypothesis, a shocking one. The artist distinguished not only prisoners in their drawings. Another group was portrayed with great accuracy as well. In this sketch, we see prisoners taking off their hats at the sight of a high-ranking SS officer. In the details of the uniform, the artist accurately reproduced Oberscharführer markings.
Would a prisoner who was transported to the camp have the awareness and time to draw these elements so precisely? Even assuming that he or she would be assigned to work in various work units, would a prisoner have the opportunity to move around such a large area as Birkenau?
There is one more important detail in this drawing.
The inscription Deutsche Reichsbahn, meaning German railways, is clearly visible. So the author of the sketchbook must have known German very well. He might have been a German Jew, but we also cannot rule out that he was an SS man.
If we accept the hypothesis that the SS man is the author of the sketchbook, why then did he hide the drawings in the hospital barrack foundations?
Also, SS men were forbidden to document camp events, camp life, or anything happening in Birkenau. The fact that the drawings were hidden neither confirms nor disproves the idea that the artist behind the collection of sketches could have been an SS man.
We can't rule out anything, and from this point of view, the sketchbook is a great enigma with 1,000 unknowns.
In the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum, there are tens of thousands of items testifying to the Holocaust. Unfortunately, there are also those that perish and bury the memory of the victims forever. The ground at the former Auschwitz II Birkenau camp is literally saturated with blood and still mixed up with the ashes of the murdered. And it still hides many items belonging to the victims. keys, spoons, medicine packaging. Every now and again, in spring or after heavy rains, they come up to the surface.
When it comes to Brzezinka, there are cases where visitors unknowingly or consciously take parts of some objects from various reasons. Mainly pieces of cutlery, barbed wire, bricks, stones. They take them as a souvenir or to add to private collections.
For this crime, the punishment is up to 10 years in prison. But apart from criminal liability, it has another disastrous effect. For historians, the location where the items are found is of key importance. Even if visitors take an object and return it to the museum, we may lose valuable information irretrievably.
Huge former camps are impossible to oversee in 100%. Therefore, theft is a true plague. Later, when sending such stolen items to the museum, people sometimes wrote in their letters that they had bad dreams or that they felt bad with the item being in their home. Is it true? Maybe. But regardless of their motivations or feelings, nothing changes the fact that they simply robbed the world's largest cemetery.
An aerial photo from summer 1944 shows the German death factory in full swing. The murder of 430,000 people is in progress, Jews from Hungary. You can clearly see the huge column of smoke from the burned bodies. But the history of the Holocaust on an industrial scale begins in a place located by the Germans outside the Birkenau camp.
The place was photographed from an Allied plane flying at an altitude of 8,000 meters. At first glance, it resembles a strange human or animal cell seen under a microscope. But each of these spots is of great importance to the history of the Holocaust.
This inconspicuous place hides a terrifying story. Let us listen to the account of one of the prisoners who miraculously survived.
There is only a thatched peasant's house standing, once plastered white with boarded shutters. And beyond it, a huge smoke column is rising into the sky, spreading the odor of burning human flesh and smoldering hair.
Together with two leading historians studying Auschwitz and the Holocaust for years, we are going there, to the ruins of the Little White House. Look, it is remarkable that Auschwitz is perceived in historical consciousness as a death factory. Gas chamber buildings, crematoria, smoking chimneys. It all started gradually. It all started with relatively makeshift solutions. Initially, the Auschwitz camp occupied only the area of the former military barracks. A small crematorium was opened on its grounds. Every day, the bodies of prisoners who were murdered or died of disease, hunger, or exhaustion were burned in 3 furnaces. However, as early as 1941, at the orders of Commandant Rudolf Hess, one of the rooms was converted into a gas chamber. Initially, mainly Soviet prisoners of war were murdered here with the lethal gas Cyclone B. Then, the first transports of Jews. According to the preserved unique documents, the first crematorium in Auschwitz reached a combustion capacity of 340 bodies per day. But it soon turned out that was not nearly enough. When mass shipments began to arrive, they have to find new solutions. Then Birkenau appears as the place of death. Auschwitz-Birkenau, a gigantic new camp located about 1 mile from the main camp. The largest Nazi death factory in history. But murder on an industrial scale begins with cheap and primitive solutions. Commander Hess gives orders to convert 2 rural huts, from which Polish families were evicted, into gas chambers. This is how the first and the second bunker are created. From the wall colors, they are commonly referred to as the Red House and the White House. The murder sites were kept strictly secret by the Germans. This is the only photo where the little White House was accidentally captured in the distance. However, historians have managed to trace the last path of Jewish children, women, and men on their way to their deaths.
Drzewa, które tu widzimy dookoła. Tak, no to niemi świadkowie.
The trees we see are silent witnesses to this tragedy. People destined to die were transported here directly from the ramp by trucks to the northeastern part of the camp. Here, where the so-called Sperrgebiet was, where the exclusion zone was, a very little-known name, but very significant. Then they had to walk along the forest road, the so-called Waldweg, towards Bunker 2, the Little White House. The historical photo clearly shows the road taken by the victims to the Little White House, to their death. Even today, it is revealed by the current arrangement of trees along which the victims went. A Polish prisoner, Krystyna Zawulska, was a witness to the last moments of one of the Jewish transports.
From the ramp, the transport headed directly for the Little White House. A little fur-haired girl crouched down to pick a flower. An assessment became furious. He approached the child, not older than 4, and delivered her a strong kick. The little person fell down and sat amazed on the grass. She didn't cry. She was holding tight the stem, detached from the flower.
Last 100 meters of illusions, last 100 meters of the victims' lives. Before being directed to the gas chamber, everyone had to undress here. At the beginning, in the open air. Later, wooden barracks and undressing rooms were set up here. At first 2, then 1 more. Jews were lied to that after a long and tiring journey, they would bathe in a wash house and then be given food. But there were no real showers in the Little White House. There were 4 independent rooms serving as gas chambers inside this facility, all closed with special sealed wooden doors. People were crammed inside to the limit, each time even over 1,000 people. The cost of converting the hut into a gas chamber for mass and rapid murder was only 14,242 Reichsmarks. For comparison, 4 large gas chambers with crematoria, put into use in 1943, cost 100 times more.
Gaz, czyli granulat cyklonu.
The gas, the Cyclone B pellets, was introduced through small gas-tight windows positioned near the ceilings from the outside. Of course, these pellets were introduced by SS officers.
Cries and screams which didn't cease, now intensified. It might have lasted for 10, perhaps 12 minutes. Then, only dead silence.
Dead bodies were lying over there, jammed together, one upon another, so that they simply fell out and ended up near the door. We were so terrified that we became speechless. We had never seen such things before.
Ciała zagazowanych ofiar...
At first, the bodies of the gas victims were buried in mass graves.
Po niedługim czasie rozpoczął się
Soon,
ekshumacja.
the exhumation of the bodies began.
Bunkra drugiego
Near Bunker 2, special pits were dug, burn pits where the bodies were burned. One last time, let's take a look at an aerial photo from summer 1944. Next to the little white house, there are burn pits and heaps of ash from human bodies.
Sometimes, after entering the chamber, we heard someone's groans. Once, we found a baby wrapped in a pillow. We took the small bundle to Oberscharführer Moll. Moll took it to the verge of the pit and threw it into the fire.
Także w pobliżu bunkra.
Also, near the bunker, a concrete floor was made where unburned human bones were crushed. Later, these bone particles were sifted through sieves, loaded onto trucks heading towards the Vistula River, and there the ashes were dumped in the river. This way, the traces of this crime were destroyed. But the Germans did not manage to hide a murder on such a scale. And if there is a crime, there should also be a punishment. The original gallows were prepared especially for the execution of the commandant of Auschwitz, Rudolf Hess. At the request of former prisoners, it was set up in this place, a symbolic place. Why? What is this place? Let's start this story from the beginning. Under the influence of his father, the pious Rudolf wanted to become a priest, a Catholic missionary in Africa. But his fate took a completely different course. At the age of 39, he was given the task of establishing the Auschwitz camp. He had no doubts. As he himself claimed, it was an honor.
He was driven by ambition after having been assigned to this task. The camp was to be arranged in such a way that it should remain there for decades. Hus accepted thoughtlessly all orders coming from Berlin. First of all, in Auschwitz, he started to elaborate plans of mass extermination of Jews. Hus was also the initiator of building extremely expensive, huge crematories and new gas chambers, which started to appear at Birkenau from 1942 onwards.
The chair on which Rudolf Hess, the reliable administrator of the death factory, worked has been preserved to this day. In this chair, he gave criminal orders. It's hard to believe, but the revenge of the victims could have reached him even during the war. Here is a fragment of the memories of the Polish prisoner.
My hair clipper was packed. The razor was sharpened. And then I was taken to Huss's villa. I stood at attention. He said only, "Kein Wort," don't speak a word, and sat down on the chair. I was terribly frightened. First, I shaved the hair above the ears, and other hair was smoothed with the hair clipper. I thanked and went out.
After the war, the former prisoner was often asked why, while holding the razor around the commander's neck, he hadn't cut the throat of this criminal. And he answered very simply, because I was afraid. I was afraid that someone even worse would come to replace him.
From the crematorium number 1 chimney rose tarry smoke from the burning bodies. A sweet, nauseating scent lingered over the countryside for kilometers around. But because of the high chimney, it rarely reached the commandant's and his family's villas.
He lived with premises of KL Auschwitz with all his family, or directly at the camp area, in a villa with the interior altered at his wish, or rather his wife's Hedwig's wish.
A Polish family living here was evicted from the villa. Rudolf's wife loved luxury. And thanks to the slave labor of the prisoners and goods stolen from the Jewish victims, the Hess couple and their 5 children had plenty of everything, and they had everything for free. Rudolf's wife used to say, "I want to live and die here. Nowhere will I be like here."
We are in the private part of the Hess garden, the part where Hedwiga and her children spent a lot of their time during the war, living wealthy life. The garden was cultivated from imported plants, obtained from yards, gardens and nurseries to which the SS staff had unlimited access. We watched Dutchman's Pipe. This is one of the plants remembering this camp in the height of its infamy. It is crucial to remember that the garden was purposefully isolated and cut out from the tragic reality of the life in the camp. The life of cruelty, personal tragedies, hunger and death.
What was happening in that garden? What was the life of Hess, his wife, and their children? Janina Szczurek's account is an extraordinary document. As a young girl from the vicinity of Auschwitz, she had to work in the commandant's villa.
The children of Hess, except Klaus, the oldest one, didn't hurt the prisoners working there. They were running all over the garden, looking at the prisoners who were working. They once came to me, asking me to sew for them some stripes with marks, like those worn by the prisoners. I wasn't aware of possible consequences. Klaus put on a couple band on the clothes of other kids. I sewed colorful triangles. The children were satisfied, and while running in the garden, they met their father, who tore off those marks and brought them home. I wasn't punished, but only forbidden to do it again.
After the war, Rudolf Hess was tracked down by the British. Released to the Poles, he stood before the Supreme National Tribunal in Warsaw. It's April 16th, 1947. Former prisoners of Auschwitz demanded to perform the execution in this place. Here, the barracks of the Politische Abteilung, which was the political department, stood. The center for managing the extermination of Jews operated from here. Prisoners were brutally tortured here. Former prisoner Stanislav Hans remembered Hess's last moments this way.
I was standing nearby, perhaps a few meters from the gallows. I thought that this Hess, who was such a fervent Hitlerite, would throw out a catchword, but nothing of this kind. The sentence was read out calmly to him.
Hess was hanged at 8 minutes past 10, but next to the dead commander in the photo, you can see another figure that doesn't seem to fit here.
It is significant that just before his death, he decided to meet with a Catholic priest to go to confession and return to the bosom of a church.
Has the criminal responsible for the death of over 1 million innocent people received absolution? Probably yes, but it's hard to be 100% sure. Because in the Catholic Church, confession is strictly confidential. There are many facts in the history of Auschwitz-Birkenau that simply cannot be explained. For example, there was a certain group of deportees who did not pass the selection on the ramp and did not go straight to the gas chambers. They also missed the brutal procedure of admission to the labor camp.
Gypsies would arrive at the camp with all they had. Nothing was taken away from them. In the camp, they were walking in their own clothes. They didn't have their hair cut. There were many gypsy carts standing on the camp premises.
But these were only appearances.
According to Himmler's decision, the camp at Birkenau was to become the place for deporting European Sinti and Roma as well. There had been acknowledged by the Nazis as an antisocial, socially awkward group that should disappear from the German and the Nazi European society.
Between the spring of 1943 and the summer of 1944, the Germans deported around 21,000 Sinti and Roma here. The section marked as B2E became Zigeunerlager, a Roma camp. At first glance, it was no different from the rest of the Birkenau camp. 30 primitive wooden barracks standing in 2 rows. However, it was a special camp. Whole families were placed there, men, women, children. Among them, also grandparents, aunts. Often whole large clans stayed there together. But it doesn't stop there. In the 2 outer barracks marked with numbers 29 and 31, a kindergarten was created, a nursery and kindergarten. Children played and learned there from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m.
The barrack interior was painted, adorned with drawings from the fairy tales for children. Behind the barrack, there was even kind of playground. There were swings and carousels.
You could hear the children laughing and their loud chatter. Even music could be heard from the family camp, because the Roma kept their instruments. Sometimes they used to play in the afternoons or evenings, which was also unusual in the camp conditions. However, the crazy racial ideology the Germans believed in treats Sinti and Roma just like Jews, just like subhumans, worms to be exterminated. In fact, the conditions in the Zigeunerlager are devastating.
First of all, it was a construction area. Not all the buildings were completed yet. There were no sanitary facilities, nor there was any water supply system.
Deadly diseases rage among the Sinti and Roma. Here is an account of a prisoner who was a doctor in the Roma camp.
Sick gypsy women were lying on the bunks, arranged in groups of a few at a time, resting on one bunk. At some distance, kids were lying. There were always 100 to 150 of them. No clothes at all, no baby stops, completely nude, Kids were always crying. They were in the grip of scarlet fever, gangrene, cancers, venereal diseases, Lewis, tuberculosis, typhoid fever, whooping cough, diphtheria, measles. I found those moments most difficult for me. Not beatings, not hearing noises, but those kids.
They were lodged in such horrible sanitary conditions that they simply died standing up. This is something unique. This is something specific of this group, the great drama of the Romani people.
There is also a terrible truth behind the beautiful Romani portraits painted by the Jewish prisoner Dina Gotlipova. Let's listen to a fragment of her memories.
First, I painted a very beautiful girl. I don't remember her name. Then I asked another one named Céline. She was French and she had a distant look in her eyes. A short time before, she had lost her baby. She didn't have breast milk to feed it, and the baby died of hunger.
Dina Gotlipova had to paint these realistic portraits at the behest of an SS doctor, Josef Mengele, known as the Angel of Death. They documented his pseudoscientists' experiments and research carried out on male and female prisoners. The SS man believed that, thanks to Dina's talent, the portraits were better than photographs. On the back of one of them, there is shocking evidence, a thorough study of the human eyes that interested Dr. Mengele.
Color differences of the iris is a very rare case. These prisoners were first killed, and then their eyeballs were sent to Germany for further research.
To those Sinti and Roma who managed to survive the long months in the camp hell, a terrible fate awaited anyway. It is August 2nd, 1944. Dusk. Amid the screams, beatings, and children crying, the liquidation of the remnants of the Roma camp begins. The Germans murder 4,000 people in one night.
7 priceless portraits by Dina Gottlieb are left after the Zigeunerlager and the murdered Sinti and the Roms. She survived, and amazingly, after the war she worked as a cartoonist, among others for Disney and Warner Bros. She co-created characters such as Tweety the Canary and Daffy the Duck. She was a strong and independent woman. She finally removed the number from her forearm. She has never given up, never let herself be sucked into the depth of camp hell.
But in the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum, there is another portrait behind which hides a touching story of a great friendship. This portrait is unlike any other. 2 men share identical first and last names, Tomasz Serafiński. But only one is actually called that name. For the other, it is just a false identity under which he carries out the most dangerous intelligence mission of the Second World War. His real name is Witold Pilecki.
Witold Pilecki spent 947 long days in hell and deliberately risked his own life.
On September 1st, 1939, Nazi Germany attacks Poland. The Second World War begins. On September 17th, the Soviet Union, allied with Hitler, strikes from the east. Cavalry commanded by Captain Pilecki destroys 7 German tanks. Poles are fighting bravely, but they have no chance. However, they are not going to give up. Pilecki goes underground.
In August 1940, the wave of German terror is already exceptionally dangerous. People disappear, and it was time to make a decision by checking the facts. And it was Pilecki who was assigned this task.
It's September 19th, 1940. Occupied Warsaw, sunrise. Suddenly, trucks and hundreds of armed Germans appear on the streets. They drag defenseless men out from their apartments. Pilecki could easily hide, but he does not hesitate even for a fraction of a second. He allows himself to be arrested voluntarily.
To call Pilecki's deed heroism is to say nothing. When he got arrested in Warsaw, he had no guarantee that he would be sent to Auschwitz. On the same day, the Germans could have shot him down somewhere in the streets or in the woods near Warsaw. Pilecki simply dared to jump into absolute darkness.
But luck favors the brave. Pilecki, along with several thousand men, is taken to a transport going straight to KL Auschwitz. Let's listen to an excerpt from his report.
About 10 p.m., the train stopped at a certain place. You could hear shouts, screams, opening the rail cars and baying dogs. In my recollections, I would recall that place at the moment when I was leaving all that used to be on the earth and started something that must have been somewhere outside it. We were approaching a gate fitted in a fence made of wires with an inscription Arbeit macht frei placed on it. Only then did we learn to understand it correctly.
To avoid exposing his family and friends in a clandestine time, Witold Pilecki took the name of Tomasz Serafiński, a person whose documents he had already received. And under such a name, he was registered in Auschwitz.
The real Serafiński has no idea that another man is using his first and last name. Meanwhile, Pilecki quickly manages to shake off the first shock. He begins to build a camp resistance movement. The idea is ingeniously simple. Underground prisoners operate as so-called fives. Each five is independent and self-reliant. And one five doesn't know any other five. If one conspirator fails, only 4 people are at risk, not the entire organization.
Eventually, he managed to establish contacts with the external world and to ensure that information from Auschwitz will reach the Polish resistance movement on a regular basis, which is, in my opinion, the greatest achievement of Witold Pilecki's organization in Auschwitz.
From 1942, the extermination of Jews begins in Auschwitz. Pilecki becomes a witness to murder on a scale previously unknown in the history of mankind.
The alarming news about the Holocaust flowed from occupied Poland to the civilian and military Allied authorities almost from the very beginning. The answer was poor. Why? The Allies had a different logic. They said, first, let's win the war. That will be the best help.
Many times in the camp, Pilecki himself was on the verge of death. It was only thanks to other prisoners that he had survived illness. This is how he recalled the moment when he finally decided to escape in 1943.
I have been here for 2 years and 7 months. Recently, I haven't been given any orders. Germans have taken away the best people with whom I worked. It's no use staying here any longer. So I am getting out.
Pilecki succeeded in being transferred with other 2 prisoners to a work squad that was employed in a mill situated approximately 1 kilometer from the camp. He managed to make new keys and open the door, and taking advantage of the SS man in attention, he continued his escape, heading eastwards.
In Nowy Wiśnic, Pilecki is to receive help from a conspirator operating there. He doesn't even know what a surprise awaits him.
On the veranda of a little house, there was a gentleman sitting. I introduced myself by using the name I used in Oświęcim. The gentleman almost jumped to his feet. How come, sir? Those are my personal data. Yes. But I have survived with them considerably longer than you have. We embraced cordially and became friends.
A reminder of this unusual meeting is a double portrait painted that summer in Wiśnic. On its reverse, there are the signatures of Tomasz Serafiński and Witold Pilecki, along with the dates of Pilecki's imprisonment. After almost 80 years, Tomasz's daughter donated the portrait to the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum.
Today we got to know the history of 3 people who were extremely important to the history of Auschwitz. We do not know who the author of the sketchbook was, a prisoner or an SS man, but in both cases he risked a lot, documenting the Holocaust. Rudolf Höss, in his youth, dreamed of being a missionary, but he became a criminal. He did the most terrible, evil things without hesitating. He only started to think when he himself stood in front of death. Witold Pilecki allowed himself to be arrested voluntarily and put his own life at stake, to document evil and to resist evil. What is the lesson of these 3 stories? No matter who you are, no matter what circumstances you find yourself in, you always have a choice.
Auschwitz-Birkenau, former German Nazi concentration and extermination camp. The largest cemetery, final resting place in the world. Over 1 million Jews, over 100,000 of Poles, Sinti, and Roma, and Soviet prisoners of war. This is not an ordinary museum. Also because no other place saves items such as a broken-off toothbrush or an old suitcase. One of the most modern conservation workshops in the world operates in the former outbuildings of the camp. The remains of the death factory. Priceless and cherished evidence of the crime. Often the last sole remain traces of their owners' lives. "905 cans of deadly gas, Cyclone B, have been preserved till today. Conservators spent 3 to 7 days on each one, but neither time nor costs matter, because it is one of the most important pieces of evidence of unimaginable crimes. Let's hear the accounts of prisoners forced to work in the gas chambers.
We happened to find people whose eyes were popping out because of the last-ditch effort their fighting body was able to make. Others were bleeding from all openings in their bodies. The action of the gas and fear caused their entire intestinal contents to be expelled. Some bodies were red, others very pale. However, all were suffering a lot.
The inventor of the insecticide called Cyclone B was the German chemist Fritz Faber, a 1918 Nobel Prize winner. This preparation was already used during World War I for delousing of, for example, uniforms and underwear of German soldiers returning from the front. The purchase costs were relatively low and amounted to around 5 marks per kilogram of the preparation. Hydrogen cyanide, a cheap and effective agent to exterminate bugs, insects, and rats, was used by Germans to murder Jews. The victims driven to the gas chambers were lied to that they were going to bathe after their journey.
In most cases, whole families were walking. Their parents were holding their children's hands, taking along everything they needed to have a bath.
Here is one of the 3 artificial showers from Auschwitz that have survived to this day. Let's listen to the accounts of prisoners forced to work in the gas chambers.
On the ceiling inside the gas chamber were fitted showers, which of course were not connected to the water supply system.
The gas chamber in crematory number 3 was placed underground. At the ceiling, there were dummy showers, one next to the other. There were plenty of them all over the ceiling.
A special knife with a few teeth on the edge was used for opening cans, and this knife was put against the lid, next hit with the hammer to open it. And then the contents of the can were poured into the gas chamber.
This is the original Cyclone B drop box. The damper was securely tightened with screws to prevent gas leaks. Let's listen to the accounts of prisoners forced to work in the gas chambers.
As soon as Cyclone B came into contact with the air, the released gas spread first at floor level and then rose up to the ceiling. The lowest layers of bodies were always the corpses of children, the elderly and weak people, whereas the biggest and the strongest bodies used to lie atop. Those lying on the top must have climbed on the bodies of those already resting on the floor.
Bleeding corpses, scratched. Some had tufts of torn-out hair in their hands. Pregnant women died while giving birth to their babies. Or often they would give birth to them before they died. There is no way to describe such scenes.
The Germans intended for the extermination to be total. Murdering all of the European Jews was not the only objective. It was also to erase all traces of the victims' lives and deaths. The struggle to restore their names, surnames, and faces is still going on. That's why every item that belonged to the victims is treated like a priceless relic. Sometimes even a tiny trace left by the victim after long and extensive research procedures allows to discover the history, as if a murdered child suddenly appeared in front of us and told us its story.
A booty, until recently quite an anonymous object, was among thousands of shoes at the museum's core exhibition.
While working on securing the objects in the display cases, we came across these booties with a handmade inscription.
Inside the shoe, there was a name and surname, Amos Steinberg, and also the number 541. But it was not a camp prisoner number. Anyway, it did not lead to Auschwitz, but to a completely different place. It is August 10th, 1942. Another Jewish transport from Prague ends up in the Theresienstadt ghetto in German-occupied Bohemia. 4-year-old Amos Steinberg and his parents are on the deportees list. Inside the shoe, it was probably the caring mother who wrote down the boy's transport number 541. In Theresienstadt, now known by its Czech name of Terezin, despite hunger and diseases, the family managed to survive for 2 years. But the worst was yet to come. In the autumn of 1944, the boy's father Ludwig was the first to be sent to Auschwitz. Two weeks later, Amos and his mother Ida arrived in Auschwitz in a cattle car.
Rampa dla dzieci przybyłych do Auschwitz.
For the children who came to Auschwitz, the ramp must have been a terrifying place. Unknown sounds, unknown images, German orders, barking dogs, strong lights, and barbed wire all around could frighten the children. An additional element was the crowding. People getting off the carriages did it in a hurry. They were taking out their luggage. In this crowd, it was very easy for children to lose their parents. We can suspect that Amos's mother also tried to hold her son close to her when getting off the train, hold him by the hand or in an embrace, so that he would not get lost among the crowd of strangers. He would not disappear from her sight. Surely they both dreamed of meeting their father and husband again. They underwent selection and waited to bathe after the journey. Ida was a young, healthy, strong woman. She could hope to survive, but she didn't know one thing. The Germans, at the cost of the efficient course of the mass extermination, decided to send mothers and children to their deaths. Perhaps their experience in the Holocaust process, or perhaps simply the SS men's knowledge, was telling them that mothers should not be separated from their children, that attempts to take the child away could end in protest and strong opposition. Even if the woman seemed strong, capable of hard work, if she had a small child in her arms, she was led with her child to the gas chamber. We don't know what the last moments of Amos and his mother's lives might have been like. However, the testimonies of Zonder Commando prisoners help here again. They recall that mothers most often looked after these children with tenderness. They hugged them to calm their anxiety, to somehow make them comfortable. They helped them undress, arrange their clothes in piles so that they could find these clothes after the supposed disinfection or bathing. So they did everything that thousands of mothers on Earth do every day. Perhaps Amos's mother folded his clothes into a pile or hung them on a hanger, trying to remember its number. Perhaps she tied the shoes together by their laces so that neither would get lost, and it would be easier to find both of them after disinfection. But this is not the end of the story of the shoe with the number 541.
The museum published information about the discovery, and soon we were contacted by the boy's stepsister living in Israel. Thanks to her courtesy, our knowledge about the history of Amos's family was enriched with valuable information, unavailable in any other archives, as well as some photographs of the boy and his parents.
It turned out that Ludwig Steinberg was only in Auschwitz-Birkenau for 2 weeks. He was transferred to the Dachau camp, survived the war, remarried, and emigrated to Israel. There, he changed his name to Yehuda Shinen. In 1955, he gave a testimony at the Yad Vashem Institute, certifying Amos and Ida as Holocaust victims. Meanwhile, decades later, the shoe with the number 541 led researchers to another amazing discovery.
We continued further research in the museum collection, and we found that the suitcase with the inscription Ludwig Steinberg, kept in our collection, might be linked to Amos's family. However, we also knew that at least 2 prisoners in the Auschwitz camp had the same name and surname.
Who was the owner of this suitcase? Impossible to establish with the naked eye when none of the witnesses was alive. Until modern technology stepped in. Professor Tomasz Wojewski, a world-class specialist in the field of multispectral imaging, worked with the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum.
Multispectral setup that I'm using consists of a multispectral camera, which is able to record images from ultraviolet through visible to infrared radiation. And then to the camera, a special optic is attached. And the third component, which is the crucial part of this setup, are multispectral lamps, which are able to project light at different wavelengths. The machine, the technique, allows us to see details which are not accessible to human vision.
The eye of the camera analyzed the surface of the suitcase. At first glance, it might seem there is nothing unusual there. But are you sure? Years later, the efforts paid off. The researchers discovered a secret hidden for nearly 80 years. In this photo, with the naked eye, you can see lines forming the number 5. It was hidden under the paint. This would not be possible without the use of this unique technology. Soon, the entire text was read. It is number 541, the same under which 4-year-old Amos was registered in the transport to the Theresienstadt ghetto. Probably at first it was a suitcase with his belongings, signed like the shoe by his caring mother. However, after 2 years, when his father left the ghetto in a transport to Auschwitz, he took the suitcase with him. His name, Ludwig Steinberg, was written on the lid, and the number 541 got blurred and disappeared. Until now, to tell the world the Steinberg family story.
Amos ze swoją matką Idą przybyli do
Amos and his mother Ida arrived in Auschwitz in early October 1944. At the beginning of November, a decision was made to stop the mass extermination of Jews in the gas chambers. When we think about Amos's story, it is impossible not to be aware that if he had come to the camp just a month later, he would have had a chance to survive. "80% of the Jews deported to Auschwitz were immediately murdered in the gas chambers. The rest were driven to a place where it was just real water pouring from the showers. But at the same time, the road through the camp hell was beginning. Let's listen to the memories of the Holocaust survivors.
I was taken to the bathhouse together with other people, where we had to strip ourselves. There they disinfected us, cut off the hair on our head and any other hairy places. Although in the ghetto, we had already been subject to gynecological examination. They also checked we weren't hiding any valuables in our vaginas.
The entire building was a part of, let's say, the industrial complex of Auschwitz. Victims were treated in that place as if they were on a conveyor belt. It was the building where people who had their own identity and their own problems became numbers.
The central sauna in Birkenau was put into operation at the end of 1943. The rooms form a logical sequence of the camp admission procedure, successive stages. First of all, one of the two largest rooms in this building. It is a hall that at the same time was both a waiting and undressing room. Very often, women had to undress in the presence of SS men. That was extremely hard and humiliating for them, and it caused a lot of embarrassment and shame. Especially that, as the female prisoners recall, in such situations, SS men often joked, teased these prisoners, and mocked them.
We had to walk past those SS men naked. They were looking at us on the front and back. They paid attention to our legs.
As soon as we went inside, they had stripped off. I felt numb again, as if my body didn't belong to me. Only a nightmare, isn't it? It will end when I open my eyes, and I'll see my mom hugging me.
Then the naked male and female prisoners had to go to the room where the hairdressers were waiting. Prisoners recall that apart from having their heads shaved to the bare skin, all other areas of bodily hair were shaved as well. A prisoner was forced to stand on a stool. First, the private front areas were shaved. Then that prisoner had to turn around and bend over to facilitate the hairdresser's work.
They did it dispassionately, impulsively, disheartened, as if they were shaving objects, not people. Razor blades, or perhaps razors, I don't remember this. They were hellishly blunt and cut us. I'm embarrassed to say, but we did actually bleed.
In the next room, a detailed examination was carried out. But by no means was it about caring for the Auschwitz deportees. From the reports of female prisoners, we know that here in the sauna, there were personal inspections, personal searches to check whether the prisoners tried to smuggle in, hide any valuables, jewelry, and any natural body openings. But this brutal and degrading search had another terrifying purpose. In this room, the SS men carried out a kind of reselection. Pregnant women, for example, were often picked out here. Naked prisoners no longer had the opportunity to hide their condition, so such women were immediately directed from here to the gas chambers. The next room is the showers. A few of the deported have heard horrific stories about Auschwitz. They were convinced that they would be gassed.
Some women were extremely terrified as they were afraid of the gas. But it was actually a real bath. Something wonderful. It was a true paradise. Because after so many days of traveling, we were able to take a bath in the end. We started singing and shouting from happiness.
This is the only remaining photo of the central sauna showers. But the happiness of the deportees did not last long.
So that the disinfection should be complete, we had to be sprinkled with Lysol, a hellish disinfectant. Lysol applied on a wounded meant hell, pain, heat all over the body. It's fire, blaze. All people were actually crying, yelling, and howling with pain.
After the bath, the prisoners went to the next room, the drying room. It often occurred that the prisoners were not given any towels. It was not uncommon that the windows in that room were simply open, and the prisoners had to dry themselves somehow, wait until they were dry. The last room in the sauna was the dressing room. Those who had just arrived at the camp received camp clothing, striped uniforms, or civilian clothing stolen from the property of Jews doomed to extermination. Often, male and female prisoners received completely mismatched clothes, too large or too small, inappropriate for the season, often damaged, stained, and dirty. But this is not the end of humiliation. The last step is tattooing prisoner numbers on their forearms, turning a person into a worthless string of numbers. Afa Moses Kor was 10 years old when she was sent to Auschwitz. She survived by a miracle because the SS doctor, Josef Mengele, chose her and her twin sister for pseudo-medical experiments. She was haunted by the traumatic experience of being tattooed.
As many as 4 people had to hold me. A man making tattoos heated a pen like a device over the flame. Then he dipped in ink, put the hot tip on my body, and started. A7063, number on the outside of my left forearm. Stop, it hurts.
They had to give up their pre-camp identity. They had to leave behind everything they knew from before camp life, with the awareness that from now on, you are no longer a human. You are no longer a doctor. You are no longer a sister, a mother. You are no longer a teacher. Now you are first and foremost a concentration camp prisoner whose main duty is to obey orders and wait slowly for death. When the procedure of accepting and registering new prisoners was over, one question was constantly asked: where are my relatives? Mom, father, siblings, grandparents. Let's listen to the memories of the survivors.
tell me, where are our parents? You don't know where the assessment took them? A boy I knew told me. Can't you see that chimney giving off so much smoke? Your mom is being roasted over there.
This is one of the telegrams, arrest warrants, sent after prisoners who dared to escape from the camp. In June 1942, however, no one suspected that in a few dozen years, the hunted August Kowalczyk would wear the SS uniform.
Ten pan musiał się pomylić.
Takie papierki możesz pokazywać żandarmom, a nie nam. A może nie wiesz, idiotko, że jesteś w gestapo?
It's really amazing. The former Auschwitz prisoner became an actor after the war, and he played the roles of brutal Nazis. In addition, he said he had never had a problem with this. He simply tried to create the same feelings in the audience that the Germans evoke in him during his stay in the camp. But August Kowalczyk had an iron character, and from the very beginning.
He seriously considered entering a theological seminary. But after the outbreak of war, everything changed. He wanted to fight, to become a soldier, and that is why he tried to get to France, to join the Polish army under formation.
Unfortunately, he fell into the hands of the police when crossing the Slovak-Hungarian border illegally. In December 1940, he was sent to Auschwitz. He was given the number 6804. After 6 months, he found himself in one of the lowest circles of Camp Hell. He was sentenced to a penal company for life.
This is a special working group, the so-called Strafkompanie, penal company, to be assigned to especially hard work. The penal company prisoners were deprived of any rights. They were placed in a separate, closed barrack. It was well known that penal company members were sentenced to death.
Except that death in penal company was a slow torture. Starvation rations, constant beatings, and murderous work. In the former barracks of the penal company, a painting made by an anonymous prisoner has been preserved. It depicts the digging of the so-called Königsgraben, the royal ditch. This mocking name was given to a large channel draining water from the Birkenau camp. The prisoners dug a trench regardless of the weather, often waist deep in water. One by one, they died. This is how August Kowalczyk remembered the nightmare of the penal company.
The prisoner was completely exhausted and lying near a pile of turfs. SS-man Mo approached him and asked why was he not working. The prisoner turned out to be a Jew. He had the Star of David sewn on his clothes and was a dance instructor from Radom. Mo threw him into the nearby marsh. The Jew was sinking slowly. Mo was sneering at him by saying he would show him the dance of death and that it would be his last dance. Eventually, only the star remained afloat. As a symbol, it rested longest on the surface of the water.
The penal company had absolutely nothing to lose. But it had one advantage, one chance of survival. The prisoners often worked outside the camp, so they decided to attack SS men to escape at a convenient time.
It was the greatest group escape in the history of the Auschwitz camp.
June 10th, 1942, time 4:30 p.m. Heavy rain. You can hear whistles signifying the end of work. August Kowalczyk bets everything on one card.
I was just about to jump unnoticed onto an SS man with a spade in my hand, but he jumped away in a trice as if he were moved by a spring with a gun in his hand. My colleagues who were to attack him on the sides didn't hold on and bolted. The SS man was following them. I got rid of my spade and headed for the thicket on the other side. Another guard opened fire 3 times at short range, but he missed. I jumped on the causeway. When I was jumping into the thicket, an SS man standing on the causeway fired short bursts from a machine gun. Fortunately, the bullets were dispersed on the leaves.
About 50 prisoners attacked the SS men. Only 9 managed to escape. But the rebellion of the penal company had a terrible cost. In retaliation, the Germans murdered over 350 prisoners. Those few who managed to escape survived only because the local people helped them. People helped even though they knew that they would face terrible punishment, being sent to a camp.
After the war, he became a famous actor and director, but he never forgot Auschwitz and the heroic rebellion of the penal company.
Zwołanie sądu i wykonanie wyroku nie powinno zająć zbyt wiele czasu.
Tak jest.
Dziękuję. Jest pan wolny.
After having retired, he had his own mission. The mission was to speak about Auschwitz as many times as indicated by his number, with which he was registered, which is 6,804. He visited schools in Poland, Europe, and Japan, so he arrived in various continents, and his mission was completed exactly 70 years after his escape. I am going to tell this in public for the first time. My last conversation with August was when he was lying in the hospice of Oświęcim. A hospice that he organized, and the hospice was also meant to be a memorial to those who then helped camp prisoners. I remember when I came, he woke up, looked at me and said, "Andrzej, your face is decent. But remember, you have to work for your face until your last days."
Falsch. Wrong. Richtig. Correct. Unloading of transport of prisoners. Wrong. Correct. Escorting a small prisoner squad. Wrong. Correct. Guarding prisoners in the open space. Wrong. Correct.
Bilderbuch, a pictorial guide for SS men on duty in concentration camps. a simple SS guard would not understand the complicated instructions. Hence the idea for the pictures.
Most SS garrison members were young people without secondary school nor university degrees. It is estimated that approximately 70% of those SS men had completed some grades of elementary school or primary school.
The drawings were made by the German prisoner Otto, who was reportedly convicted of money forgery. Another prisoner of French origin, Marcel, transferred these drawings to stone. Later, hundreds of prints were made from them to be used in other concentration camps.
The SS man had to understand one thing above all. The prisoner is not a human. He is a worm. His death is of no importance.
In one of the drawings, we see the moment when the SS man shoots one of the prisoners and the other is lying on the ground already dead. And underneath, we can read the word richtig, which means right.
For shooting a prisoner during an escape attempt, the SS man received a prize: 3 days off or an extra bottle of vodka. In a moment, we will see some unique photos, the only ones showing the burning of the victims' bodies. This macabre work is performed by the Zonder Commando, a special work unit, mostly made up of young Jewish prisoners. Opposition is immediate death. Heinrich Mandelbaum was one of them. He was 22 years old.
When I saw 16-year-old girls as beautiful as Venus and men like Apollo, my heart used to beat like the Sigismundus bell. We put them apart under trees so that they should lie longer, and we dragged others to burn them in the pits nearby crematory number 5.
Members of the Zonder Commando often see their relatives and friends enter the gas chambers, or they have to burn their corpses. They are slaves in the death factory. Yet a few of them will change the course of the Auschwitz history. Zalman Leventhal, Alex Herrera, Yankiel Handelsman, and Zalman Gradowski, who led the resistance movement. People were fully aware that one day they would be of no use to the SS men and would be deprived of their lives. The Zonder Commando wanted to leave a trace of this tragic crime that took place here. In 1943, and certainly in 1944, they created written documents describing the most important events that took place in the crematoria. They described their mental state, described their pain, cry of despair. Risking their lives, they document the extermination. They bury invaluable accounts in the ground around the gas chambers and crematoria. In 1962, records hidden by Zalman Leventhal were found.
October 1944. The 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11 children, 12, 2,000 women, 2,000 family members, 3,000 women, 3,000 family members, 3,000 women, 800 children, 2,000 men, 800 men, gypsies, Slovakians, patients from the camp hospital.
In 1944, in just a dozen or so weeks, the Germans deport 430,000 Jews from Hungary. They murder entire families. A maximum of 4,000 people can be burned in the Birkenau crematoria per day. This is definitely not enough when overcrowded freight trains bring even several thousand Jews in one day. Therefore, the corpses have to be burned in open-air pits. The Zonder Commando prisoners want to show it to the world. They decide to take an extremely risky action. The idea is to record the Holocaust on photographic film. The naked women were captured in this square in front of Crematorium 5, where they were undressing in the open air, because in the undressing room it was not possible to accommodate the whole large transport. After taking off their clothes, the women go inside the gas chamber. In Birkenau, there are 4 gas chambers and crematoria numbered 2 to 5. Number 5 consisted of a room with furnaces, an undressing room, and rooms for murdering people. This photo was probably taken from the corner of this building behind the fence, possibly from inside one of the gas chambers. Unfortunately, here, opinions differ. We only know what you see in the photo, the square on my left side, the naked woman walking towards the gas chamber entrance. The tortuous death lasted up to 20 minutes. Then the bodies had to be burned. This sight would not leave Heinrich Mandelbaum for the rest of his life.
Hands, legs, and heads were the quickest to burn. We dragged the corpses into pits. Each of them had 80-centimeter chutes provided on both sides, where the human fat was accumulated. When the pit was filled in 3/4, we used pots and bowls to take it out and poured it on the corpses to accelerate their burning.
The next photos show the burning of the corpses. The covert photo was taken by a Greek Jew, Alex Herrera. As a man from the upper class of Greek society, he knew how to use a camera, and undoubtedly taking such photos, apart from the fact that it was very dangerous, also had technical limitations because the photos were taken from the dark interior of the gas chambers and the area that was being photographed was very bright. Alex Herrera hid behind the ajar chamber door. He was looking directly at the burning pits.
Thanks to members of the Polish resistance movement, photographic films were smuggled from behind the wires. They were sent to Krakow. There, they were developed and framed to make them more readable. But at the same time, the horror of the moment at which they were performed has disappeared. Only in the original frames, we can see that Alex was taking photos in a hurry, from hiding. We feel his fear, and at the same time, his determination and courage.
In the autumn of 1944, it becomes clear that the war will soon be over. Members of the Zonder Commando know that their fate is sealed, that the Germans will murder them as they are direct witnesses of the extermination. The Zonder Commando then holds about 660 prisoners. The camp is partially liquidated. More and more transports to camps in the interior of the Reich are leaving. The Holocaust is also slowly coming to an end. Prisoners from the Zonder Commando feel that this is the moment when the SS men will have to be finally resisted with armed resistance. The conspirators from the Zonder Commando establish contact with female prisoners working in the ammunition factory. They get gunpowder. They want to blow up the cremation furnaces and cause a rebellion throughout the camp. It is October 7th, 1944. The Zonder Commando rebellion breaks out. desperate prisoners throw themselves at the SS men. A regular battle begins in the courtyard of Crematorium 4. In addition, 3 daredevils decide to risk their lives and blow up the doomsday device, 5 modern crematorium ovens in Crematorium 2. Meanwhile, about 80 prisoners rush to flee. They cut the barbed wire. 80 Zonder Commando prisoners headed south, probably because it is from here that, in good weather, Beskid Mountains are visible. The prisoners believe they will join the partisans in the mountains, that freedom is at hand. On the way, they kill 3 SS men. But more than a kilometer from the camp, they encounter an unexpected obstacle: fish ponds. Moreover, the escaping prisoners are cut off by the SS emergency company. The Germans open fire on the fugitives, and almost all of them die.
The
total figure of the Zonder Commando rebellion is about 450 dead prisoners, 3 SS men bayoneted. Crematorium 4, to a large extent, burned down. Unfortunately, the attempt to destroy the furnaces in Crematorium 2 failed.
When
you look at the photos taken by the Zonder Commando, you can see a moment when one of the Zonder Commando prisoners walks between the dead bodies. Look at this man. He is treading carefully. It is clearly visible that he does not want to step on the murdered people. I can see the great respect of the members of the Zonder Commando for the people whose lives were brutally taken from them. This inconspicuous gesture says so much. Auschwitz-Birkenau, former German Nazi concentration and extermination camp. The largest cemetery, final resting place in the world. Over 1 million Jews, over 100,000 of Poles, Sinti, and Roma, and Soviet prisoners of war. This is not an ordinary museum. Also because no other place saves items such as a broken-off toothbrush or an old suitcase. One of the most modern conservation workshops in the world operates in the former outbuildings of the camp. The remains of the death factory. Priceless and cherished evidence of the crime. Often the last sole remain traces of their owners' lives.
Bread, soup, were all my life. I was a body, or rather something less than a body, a hungry stomach. Only the stomach realized the elapse of time.
People who live in rich Europe find it difficult to acknowledge famine. Genuine hunger is when in another man you no longer see a human being, but something worth eating.
Around noon, the prisoners would get their lunch from such cauldrons, one bowl filled with watered-down powdered soup, with a bit of groats, turnips, or potatoes. Sometimes with nettles or kale, but every sip and every bite was priceless. That was the reason for a constant fight for survival by the cauldrons. Everyone dreamed of a portion from the very bottom. The prisoners dreamed about this portion from the bottom of the cauldron because the soup was thicker at the bottom. The soup at the very top, however, was cold and watery and of virtually no value. Here is a fragment of the memoirs of the Polish prisoner Stanisław Tokuski.
Everybody knew the principle of physics, that bigger pieces are heavier and will fall down onto the bottom. Everyone attempted to stand by force, elbowing their way more or less to the 15th to 20th place before a 25-liter cauldron. And within this range, one might expect a potato, or two, or even three of them.
People who had been severely affected by hunger starved for a long time. They, in fact, lost their self-preservation instinct in a quest to satisfy their hunger. That is, they stopped paying attention to other dangers. The most important thing was to eat something. And these prisoners, despite being beaten by SS men or kapos, were still able to find leftovers in buckets by the camp kitchen, and did not pay attention to the fact that their lives were threatened at that moment by a capo's stick. For them, the most important thing was to stop feeling, even for a moment, the intense hunger they experienced at the camp. It's June 1940. This unique photo shows a group of Poles being rushed to the train station from the prison in Tarnów. They do not know yet that they will go down in history as the first transport of Polish political prisoners to KL Auschwitz. One figure stands out from the crowd of scared and battered people. He boldly looks straight ahead. He walks proudly with his head high, like a real champion. In the Auschwitz camp, he will receive the number 349. A beautiful wooden snuff box he made at the camp will save a Wehrmacht soldier's life. How is that possible? Who is this remarkable man?
Will the year 1931 go down in the history of ski jumping? The audience at the ski jump in the Italian town of Ponte di Legno has frozen and is waiting. Bronisław Czech has taken off and is flying, and here he is! We've got a world record, 79.5 meters!
Bronisław Czech came from Zakopane, from poor family. When he was 12, he won the ski competition, and the prize was his first ever own skis. On the skis he jumped and ran.
Not only in Zakopane, but also in Krynica, he proved again he was not only the best Polish ski jumper, but one of the top European jumpers.
Bronisław Czech, among the best sportsmen in the year 1928.
Bronisław Czech, the most versatile skier in the world.
"24 times he became champion of Poland in various competitions. He also was the world champion. Besides, he was a great climber and he flew on gliders. As if that wasn't enough, he had a great artistic talent. He carved in woods, painted, and played violin. And he was incredibly handsome."
Is this 8-time Olympian, 24-time Polish ski champion the same person? And if so, how did it come to be that in June 1940 he found himself in the first transport to the largest death camp in the world?
Halo, tu Warszawa i wszystkie rozgłośnie Polskiego Radia. Dziś rano o godzinie 5:40 oddziały niemieckie przekroczyły granicę polską.
It's September 1st, 1939. Nazi Germany attacks Poland. Despite heroic resistance, the Poles stand no chance. Sinister swastika flags are already waving over Zakopane. Czech immediately gets involved in the underground resistance movement. But the Germans are already targeting people like him.
Polish intelligentsia, politicians, athletes, and journalists. The Polish elite came here in thousands in the first period of the camp's existence.
The daily life of Auschwitz prisoners consists of constant beating, hunger, disease, and slave labor. Simply death. However, Czech gets a chance, an unusual offer. He is to appear before Commandant Rudolf Hess himself. There are already 2 other German officers waiting there. Both of them were skiers before the war.
Mr. Czech, we are people from the joint ski routes home and abroad. We want to help you. We are sorry you are here. Please, will you agree to teach our young people how to ski?
What to choose? Accept a tempting offer and survive? Or refuse and wait for death? But a real champion never kneels down. This is how Czech's reaction was remembered by one of his fellow inmates.
This righteous mountaineer, severe to himself, refused and was foaming at the mouth that someone dared make such a proposal to him.
The refusal on the part of the proud Pole annoyed Commandant Hess. But so far, Czech has not faced any consequences. Instead, the German decided to make use of his artistic talents.
Bronisław Czech was one of the prisoners working in a special artist unit called the Lager Museum, where prisoners, mainly artists, painted pictures commissioned by SS men. Bronek mainly painted the Tatra mountains. The Tatra landscapes reminded the Germans of their hometown, Tyrol, Bavaria, and thanks to this, he could move to his beloved places.
The letters that prisoners were allowed to send home from time to time were a temporary remedy for homesickness. A few perfunctory German sentences controlled by camp censorship. Some of these letters were decorated with podhale motifs by Czech.
The letters were allowed to be written only in German, and that is why Bronisław Czech was helped by other prisoner, Józef Polak. Czech was a man of honor, so he wanted to show his gratitude.
Let's listen to the memories of Józef Polak.
The snuff box, made of wood, found in the camp. On the underside of the lid of the snuff box, there is a carved signature of Bronek Czech.
This small but beautiful object will soon leave Auschwitz, and, far away in Italy, it will save the life of a Wehrmacht soldier. Tragically, nothing will save Bronisław Czech himself.
The art could save him because, as his campmates told, the separation from the mountains was particularly painful for Bronisław Czech. As long as he worked in the camp museum, where he could paint, he kept his health and life. When in February 1944, the Germans closed the Lager Museum and ordered the prisoners to move to another job, his health began to decline, he lost his will to live, and after a few months, he died in the camp hospital.
Bronislaw Czech consciously pays the highest price. He could train German skiers in the Alps, but he chooses honor and homeland. Even in the camp, he remains a real champion. His body, once beautiful and athletic, now devastated by tuberculosis, goes to the furnace to be burned. His camp friends want to say goodbye to Bronek with honors. They cover his body with flowers and, on a cart full of corpses, in silence, they take him to the crematorium. In the history of Auschwitz, such a farewell is an absolute exception. When discussing the Auschwitz crematoria, we must understand that they don't follow the same procedures as cemetery crematoria, which burn corpses with respect for human mortal remains. Instead, they are factories converted to perform the mass incineration of people. Over time, Auschwitz grows to include another huge area, Birkenau. From the spring of 1942, the camp, initially intended mainly for Poles, becomes the main location for the extermination of European Jews.
Auschwitz is really a death factory. The SS wants to murder as efficiently as possible. In this terrible production process, the burning of the corpse becomes the biggest problem.
Here are the remains of Crematorium 5 in Birkenau. It was blown up by the Germans a day before the camp's liberation. Every year, this place is visited by hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world. They are not aware that they are looking at the only original metal skeleton of a crematorium furnace that has survived to this day, a furnace in which the corpses of the murdered were burned. A furnace that reached a temperature of 1,000 degrees Celsius.
Murdering with gas is quick and cheap, but the human body burns badly because it is mostly water. Therefore, the Germans were constantly looking for ways to speed up the incineration of the corpse. This is evidenced by the emotional testimonies of the Zonder Commando prisoners, reports from the very bottom of hell.
The Germans invented a special system. They concluded that men were thinner, women had more fat, and children were softer. Therefore, men, women, and children should be burned together. That way, burning was more effective. There was an order that a child was to be placed between a man and a woman. A child was, as the Germans used to say, an addition.
The furnaces are the work of Topf und Suna from Erfurt. The company prides itself on over 60 years of experience and satisfied customers all over the world. To this day, a shocking document has survived in which engineers accurately calculate the efficiency of the furnaces in Auschwitz and Birkenau. Within 24 hours, 4,756 bodies could have been burned there.
Członkowie Zonder Commando mówili, że te liczby były nawet wyższe.
The Zonder Commando members claimed these numbers were even higher. We have to remember the assumption was that it was adult men that were incinerated. However, here in Birkenau, the crematorium furnaces were used mainly for women, children, and minors, which is why the crematoria burning capacity increased drastically. 1943, next to Crematorium 1 in the Auschwitz main camp, which had been operating since the very beginning, the Germans set up 4 large gas chambers and crematoria in Birkenau. However, when the deportation of 430,000 Jews from Hungary began a year later, even the modern furnaces turned out to be inefficient.
W pobliżu krematorium numer 5 zostaje
4 pits are dug near Crematorium 5, in which the bodies of the gassed victims are burnt.
zagazowanych ofiar.
To this day, the stretcher from Crematorium 5, on which a corpse would be put into a burning furnace, has survived. What was left of a man was ash and unburned bones. Let's listen to the memories of Henrik Mandelbaum.
Ashes were raked out of the furnace and heaped up alongside, and then we took wooden ramps provided with slats or with a piece of metal sheet on the underside, and so we smashed bones. The ashes were passed through 3 sieves, and each of them had a different mesh size. Those sieves consisted of a wooden frame over which a metal mesh was spread. So prepared, the ashes were taken away by a truck and dumped into the Vistula River.
The Auschwitz death factory produced many tons of human ashes, which were dumped into the Vistula River. People were not only murdered, every trace of their existence was obliterated. It was stripped of the right to bury, say goodbye, to remember, to everything.
The history of Auschwitz teaches us that even a small object is of colossal importance. Let's return to the extraordinary story of the snuff box that Józef Polak received in the camp from Bronislaw Czech.
Józef Polak came from Silesia, from the area of the Polish-German borderline. Stories of Silesian families were often tragic. Józef Polak was deported to Auschwitz, and his brother, Jan, was forced to join Wehrmacht. Before he was sent to the front line, he had demanded to meet his brother. What's more, in the concentration camp.
It was a dramatic, emotional conversation. Jan Polak in a Wehrmacht uniform opposite Józef Polak in his striped uniform. Józef wanted to leave his brother a farewell souvenir, but as a prisoner he had nothing in the camp, nothing but a snuff box carved by Bronek Czech. Let's listen to the extraordinary story of the Wehrmacht soldier. The Battle of Monte Cassino, one of the bloodiest battles of World War II. The Germans put up a fierce defense in the Italian mountains. The Americans and the British, New Zealanders, and Nepalese Gurkhas are losing men in hopeless attacks.
At last, in May 1944, Polish soldiers fighting arm to arm with their Western allies took the Monte Cassino monastery. After the battle, thousands of Wehrmacht soldiers were taken into captivity. Among them, Jan Polak. He might have expected the worst. How could he prove that he wasn't a traitor and that he was forced to join Wehrmacht?
Let's listen to his brother's memories.
He encountered Polish soldiers who had no time to waste with captives. The soldiers who were interrogating him, at least 2 of them, came from Zakopane. Upon seeing the snuff box shown by the brother, they believed he was Polish, forced to serve in Wehrmacht, who had his brother in the extermination camp in Auschwitz from whom he had just received a snuff box made by Bronek Czech. The brother was released, joined the Polish army, and participated in the war in the West until the end of World War II. He succeeded in returning home with the snuff box.
It all started with a beautiful gesture. Ski champion Bronislav Czech wanted to thank his camp friend for helping him write letters to his family. He himself lost his life in Auschwitz, but saved another man's life, remaining a true champion until the end. In the grounds of Birkenau, thousands of items have survived. Every year, mainly during conservation and archaeological works, the museum's employees discover the anonymous traces of the lives of their murdered owners.
Hundreds or even thousands of small findings are taken to the collection. It is hard to qualify them. We treat them as silent witnesses, as evidence of a crime. They tell stories of whole families who arrived at Auschwitz in transports, hoping for a better fate, change of their residence, and taking all their belongings like pots, clothes, and suitcases. Everything they managed to take in a hurry. But first of all, everything that might have been useful.
Cups, pots, spoons, to have something to eat. Medicines, because it's a matter of survival. But the rusty keys that we find to this day make the biggest impression on me. It is shocking proof of the face of Jewish families that the difficult time will pass and that they will happily return to their homes one day. Keys to beloved houses were ordered by the Germans to be thrown away as worthless and useless. And today, we find these keys and secure them as the most valuable relics.
We can gain various information. For example, where these items came from. They are labeled with the names of manufacturing companies.
There are times when the conservator's efforts are rewarded and create memories that last for a lifetime.
Once a sheet of math test was found in a child's shoe. The teachers made corrections to it. Emotions, when a test of a murdered child is held in your hand, are impossible to describe in words. This also shows the deepest sense of the work of conservators, historians, and specialists from museum collections. Because it is not only about historical items, it's about people who were brutally murdered. Each object is a trace of a life that has been brutally and senselessly annihilated.
But Auschwitz was not only a concentration and extermination camp. It was so much more than that. It was an idea of a comfortable life for German settlers in the East, a model German city of the future. Stammlager, the main camp of Auschwitz I, was established in the spring of 1940, primarily for Polish political prisoners.
The authorities of SS wanted to use the former military barracks located on the area of Oświęcim town called Zasole.
However, in September 1941, the idea of building a second camp was born. It was supposed to be located in the displaced village of Brzezinka. The architects and planners go to work with enthusiasm. Auschwitz-Birkenau is established. A gigantic new camp located about 2 kilometers from Stammlager. Initially, it is planned for thousands of Soviet prisoners of war, but the SS changes priorities. It's January 20th, 1942. At a conference in a villa in Wannsee near Berlin, Nazi dignitaries decide on the so-called final solution of the Jewish question. The Holocaust enters its most horrific phase. A protocol of how many Jews from a given country should be murdered has survived. In total, 11 million children, women, and men. That is why Auschwitz-Birkenau must combine 2 functions, a gigantic concentration camp and an extermination camp with gas chambers.
What we can see here is a plan which was created a bit later, in 1943. And we can see this part of the camp as it was supposed to look in all its glory. The gas chambers and crematoria are marked, also the 4 which were built in Birkenau. And we can see how vast this space was, the amount of barracks which already then were supposed to accommodate women, political prisoners, Jewish prisoners, and of course Romani prisoners.
In its ambitious plans, the SS does not forget about the main camp. The model made by prisoners is an extraordinary piece of evidence.
It was already in 1941 when some prisoners who had certain skills, artists, sculptors, they were employed by the camp authorities to prepare a series of models which should illustrate the development of the Auschwitz concentration camp, including the new part of Auschwitz, 50 brick blocks altogether, and huge roll call square for about 30,000 prisoners. Then a sector which would include living quarters for non-commissioned officers, officers for high-ranking SS leaders who had to visit Auschwitz in the future.
Of course, the SS crew was also provided with adequate comfort of living.
Outside the main complex, there were 2 settlements for SS soldiers who were to live here together with their wives and children. So that was the final vision of Auschwitz, something like a model Nazi camp. There was a dream of the commander, Rudolf Hess, and his engineers from the construction office, namely Karl Bischoff and others.
A group of architects and engineers involved in the expansion of the camp and the reconstruction of the city of Auschwitz poses for this photo from 1943. The aim was to create an ideal place for the upbringing of the next generations of German children. Aryan paradise on earth, in the shadow of the crematorium chimneys.
A new mayor of Oświęcim hired a German architect whose task was to prepare a plan for the future redevelopment of the city. Oświęcim, at least the part of the city, represented Polish or Jewish spirit, and these buildings, this part of the city, were to be demolished completely. and replaced with new Germanic buildings with flats, apartments for German settlers. Each of them should have approximately between 70 up to 90 square meters per family.
And what really happened to the owners and residents of these houses? Poles were brutally driven out and used as cheap labor. Auschwitz Jews, who made up half of the town's population before the war, were displaced. Then they returned to their hometown once again. This time, not to their homes, but to be exterminated in the Birkenau chambers. Defeats at the front torpedoed German plans. Auschwitz did not become a model German city. The SS men did not make it in time with the last phase of the Birkenau camp, called Mexico by the prisoners.
On this section, the construction carried till the second half of 1944, but they were not finished. The Nazis wanted to complete this part of the camp despite the situation on the front, despite the approaching the Red Army from the east. And this plan presented us the scale of this madness.
Over half of the initial German plan to murder 11 million European Jews was realized. They murdered 6 million children, men and women. Over 1 million of them in Auschwitz-Birkenau alone. Had it not been for the defeat of the Third Reich, the death factory would have increased its efficiency even more.
$730, Krivko Paweł. 735, Ziemcow Iwan. 740, Karapita Pantelej. 745, Kowal Wasilij. 750, Czernikow Iwan. 8, Nagodny Wiktor.
Totenbuch, in literal translation, means a book of the dead. A book recording the deaths of Soviet prisoners of war kept by orderlies in the camp hospital.
While looking through the book, we pay attention to two facts. First, those time intervals indicating the hour of death. Other deaths were recorded at regular 5-10 minute intervals. The Book of the Dead covers a period of less than 5 months. In total, 8,320 deaths of captives were registered.
This means that during that period, an average of 58 Soviet prisoners of war died per day. The cause? On 22nd June 1941, Nazi Germany attacked the Soviet Union. Hundreds of thousands of Red Army soldiers were captured. They were treated by the Germans with exceptional brutality, like subhumans, worse than animals. The Germans also took revenge for the Soviets' fierce resistance on the Eastern Front. Witold Pilecki, a Polish prisoner, founder of the resistance in Auschwitz, recalled one of the methods favored by the SS for murdering the Soviets.
The captives were kept standing, sometimes in underclothes, sometimes nude, in the freezing cold. Mainly in the morning or in the evening. Germans were laughing then that people from Siberia shouldn't be afraid of the cold.
we heard the wailing of people freezing to death.
Particularly tragic and meaningful is the fact that those were very young men, aged 20, 35.
Before the scrupulous Germans began to record their deaths in the Book of Death, a group of about 300 Soviet prisoners of war served as guinea pigs. Let's listen to the memories of one of the prisoners.
About 11 p.m., we could hear the screams of people and barking of dogs arriving from the camp. Soon, our eyes saw several hundred figures of uniformed men in greatcoats. Cries of "Don't torture, kill," uttered in Russian language, made us realize that the people being driven were Russians.
These Soviet captives, as well as the sick from the camp hospital, were locked in the basement of Block 11. All the openings in the chamber had been clogged to prevent the fresh air flow. And then the Cyclone B was poured. It was September 1941, the first documented attempt to use this gas for mass extermination.
In total, about 15,000 Soviet prisoners of war were deported to Auschwitz. At the last roll call in Auschwitz in January 1945, only 96 of them stood in even ranks. Another extraordinary story also begins in this drawing by a former prisoner. The famous camp orchestra plays at the Arbeit macht frei gate. Why was its conductor, Franz Nerechlo, ashamed to visit Auschwitz after the war? This is Franz Nerechlo's baton. It was this baton, kept to this day in the museum collections, that the prisoners of the Auschwitz Konzentrationslager Orchestra watched with fear. Fully concentrated. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes, not a single false note. They played, among others, this gladiatorial march to work units leaving and coming back from work. Here is Witold Pilecki's report.
Under the sounds of lively marching, the figures of prisoners, dead on their feet and exhausted with work, were coming back. The rows did their best to walk in step, dragging the dead bodies of their fellows, usually with their bellies on the ground. Columns of limitless physical human poverty, girded by a ring of beaters, and making people march to the beat of a cheerful melody.
The camp orchestra, why it was created? It was not a new invention, since orchestras were also in other camps and were first assigned representative functions. It was just appropriate in case of visits by high-ranking SS officials or officers.
also mention concerts organized every Sunday, usually in the afternoon, for SS men, their families. SS men gathered then nearby the camp commander's villa.
Why did the orchestra play fast marches? To set the pace for the marching commandos, that is, the work groups. So that the prisoners do not waste a single second. Then they would go faster and perform slave murderous work for the Third Reich.
When the last marching prisoners passed through the gate, on the word Aus, it was necessary to stop playing at once. Even if the music was incomplete.
This half-bar cut to the music was for the musicians, prisoners playing in an orchestra, a painful humiliation. It was a sign that this wasn't about music, but it was for tormenting people to death. One of the prisoners said the Aus scream was to him like a whip in the face.
Let's listen to the memories of one of the musicians.
It happened once that the trumpeters got distracted and kept playing for half a bar. The conductor, Franz Nierichło, put down his baton and approached the trumpeters. One of them took off his glasses and was immediately ready to take a hit.
Franz Nierichło, a prisoner functionary. A kitchen capo, a mediocre musician who became a camp bandmaster. His baton has recently undergone a detailed study. It turned out that the handle was made of the bones of a prehistoric cave bear. What is more, traces of human DNA were found on the baton. Does that mean that Nierichło used it to beat the prisoners?
He came from Silesia, but he spoke neither Polish nor German well. He is recorded in the prisoners' stories as an ambiguous character.
Apparently, he was very careful about the quality of how the songs were performed, both during concerts and rehearsals. Through beatings, he enforced the prisoners' obedience. Let's listen to the memories of one of the musicians.
We were practicing a Hungarian rhapsody. The time had come, and nothing. My hands were freezing cold, and my fingers were rigid. Franz was slowly approaching me. I fell down immediately. "Won't you play, you son of a bitch?" he asked.
It's amazing that the same prisoner giving his testimony within seconds later added that Nierichło in the camp did a lot of good for the prisoners. There are also reports that he was capable of driving prisoners away from the camp kitchen by kicking and beating them. However, it has not been confirmed, and there are not any prisoners' accounts that he was using a baton to do that. It's true, many prisoners, thanks to the orchestra, managed to survive. These two storylines intertwine and contradict each other. Once, Nierychło is a dull sadist. Another time, a man who saves from death.
Perhaps it will never be possible to establish where the traces of human DNA found on Franz Nierychło's baton came from. After all, almost 80 years have passed since the war. That doesn't change the fact that this baton has witnessed the suffering of many talented musicians. The figure of Franz Nierychło is a mystery. In 1944, he volunteered to join the Wehrmacht. As he was leaving the camp, a crowd of prisoners bade the traitor and brute conductor farewell with howls and whistles. After the war, he was sentenced to 12 years in prison. However, let's repeat this fact. There were those who were grateful to him for saving their life.
Let us approach it with humility because there were more such controversial figures as Franz Nierychło. Behind the description Arbeit macht frei, another word began. The word of violence and total dehumanization were beating with a baton killed or saved lives. We cannot judge this other world with our eyes or concepts.